MAME phase.
Hello and welcome to the second part of my multi-platform, multi-system MAME streams where I'm looking at games across arcade and home platforms in MAME. I've picked a selection of arcade games and a selection of home games. There's not much connection between each one this week, but I've gone with a theme of sort of racing, driving games, and I think there's a fair few that people find interesting, especially when it comes to the home platforms, where I've tried to pick some from more obscure systems like some of the Japanese computers, the X68K and things like that. So fingers crossed it all goes well. I've been having some hardware troubles lately, a bit of a thermal issue with the PC after a Windows update that stopped the fans on my graphics card after a reboot, which doesn't make much sense, but it's running again, but it seems to be hotter than it was before, so fingers crossed we don't have any overheating. The MAME is getting slower. The MAME has been speeding up a bit lately, Eugene. There have been optimizations, and the trend has been kind of upwards over the last year, I'd say, at least, maybe 2 years. Some drivers are a bit slower, but not that many. Anyway, I'll be starting with Outrun, as you can see, so let me just turn the volume back up on it to about here. Switch my view and full screen it. And now I would say insert a coin and play it, but in this case I won't be inserting a coin because this is the enhanced edition of Outrun, which has been specifically modified so that the free play option works and still allows the demo to play, which is what I'm demonstrating there. Turn it down a little bit. Now the enhanced edition is a sort of a user hack. I'll turn my headphones down a little bit actually. I think it's by Chris White, and it's designed for use on real arcade boards, and it's being used on quite a few real arcade boards, and it fixes a number of annoying little issues with the original game, including that free play issue, because a lot of arcades these days, they want to run the game in free play mode, and games aren't much good if they're not displaying the track demo, and it causes more issues with screen burning and the like. So you know, he fixed that, fixed a couple of other issues that are found in the game, and so you have the enhanced edition. Now there is a newer version of the enhanced edition that's not in MAME, but you can't get hold of that unless you can prove you own a cabinet, because I think there are problems with people selling the kits on eBay and nonsense like that. So this isn't the final version of it. There is a better version, but it's the same guy who did the Cannonball port of Outrun, so he knows his Outrun inside out, and probably slightly better than mine. So hey, who have we got in the chat then? We've got Eugene, who I replied to earlier. We've got MAME, the official MAME channel. We've got Mitchell. Hey Mitchell, how you doing? And we've got Mass Ninja, one of the regulars. We've got Casper, one of the regulars. We've got Antibel, and thank you for the birthday wishes there. And I'll try and actually concentrate on the games down the road. This isn't going to be a very good one. I'm staying low gear. But Outrun's a classic one, and there we go. That's how you don't complete the first stage in Outrun. You talk to people in the chat. So I hope official MAME channel is doing well, Mitchell's doing well, Mass Ninja's doing well, Casper's doing well, and Antibel's doing well. And Eugene, it has been getting faster over the last year or two. It's never going to reach like 10 year ago levels of speed, because that's just because it's a very different project these days. Get ready. Maybe also that Casper, I'm not sure. But it's good to have this kind of user enthusiasm with the old games, because some of them do need a little bit of fixing, and this was one of them. So arcade operators generally appreciate it, because if you go to places like Galloping Ghost, all the machines are on free play these days, and that's becoming more normal. Charge for entry, and so the games have to work with that. And there's quite a few that don't. I mean, I can think of at least another 2 or 3 that have issues in free play off the top of my head. Semicom's Cooking BB3 is one that immediately comes to mind, because I thought it might be an issue with the protection code that was extracted, but no, it's just the free play was never tested. And you get negative credits and it crashes. So I'm very much out of practice on Outrun, and I was never that good in the first place. However, I can't deny it is an absolute classic and one of the best looking arcade games as far as I'm concerned. It doesn't look like it's aged a day. And classic soundtrack. Now one of the things the enhanced version does fix is the rather infamous sound issue, where Sega shipped Outrun with a badly programmed sound ROM. Every single copy of Outrun has a sound ROM with one of the bits missing, so it's a fixed bit in the ROM, because it can't have been connected properly when the master ROM was programmed, and then everything was copied from that. So some of the instruments sound a lot better in this version because they're using sort of, well, they've got twice as much depth of the sound, dynamic range of the sound. So it all sounds a lot better. You're not lost a bit on the sound. Anyway, I see. I'll try to reply to you in a second, Casper. I'm just trying to concentrate on the road. I do love that the way you get all the overhead parts on that one too. That is one thing on so many racing games, especially home systems. You don't get things not just at the side of the road, but things that go over the road, like those arches there, and all the hills. Perfect gradient on the sky. Couldn't really ask for much more. Although maybe it'd be nice if it sort of let you roll after the time runs out through the checkpoint, because then I wouldn't have just failed on the second checkpoint. I know what I'm going to do. Easy. Easy. Now, one of the adjustments that you can turn on in this enhanced edition does change how the timing works, because there are even some interesting timing bugs, I think, to do with hills in the game. The site where you can get the enhanced edition ROMs explains all the changes. But for a perfect game, there are quite a lot of actual bugs that you wouldn't necessarily notice. But yeah, I thought that one would be a good way to kick things off, because it's a game everybody recognises, isn't it? And to me, this is Pac-Man level of iconic arcade. And probably, if anybody says, you know, do you prefer Namco or Sega, I don't think Namco had an answer to this. They might have had better games overall in terms of simple concepts, but back in the 80s, Namco had no real answer to Outrun, if you ask me. Not many did. I'm doing this especially badly. Game. Yeah, with Ver.A they did, but I think that would actually be a lot more work. I mean, I don't know if there'd actually be ROM capacity to do that. And it would also require changing even more ROMs. I think they probably didn't want to change too many ROMs, and you have to change a whole bunch of sprite ROMs for that. I put this easy, I'm doing even worse. Anyway, I got much further in practice earlier. But yeah, if you're not trying not to change too many ROMs, you'd have to change all the sprite ROMs on this, because unlike System 32 hardware, you can't have RAM-based tiles. I know in System 32 games, if there were bugs in the graphic ROMs, they just patched them with sort of inline sprites. You see that in the Jurassic Park, actually. There's some bugs on the tire map where the legal warning, the license from Universal thing, and they patch over it with RAM-based sprites, sprites to correct the spelling. It's kind of funny, but you can't do that on System 16. Let me see if I can get any further this time, or if I'm just destined not to be able to play this game while on stream. Now, I do have some nice little bug fixes that various developers have been contributing over the last week or so to demonstrate for some x68K games, which I hope to get to soon. Maybe not immediately, I might do that in a couple of games' time. But, there are some that are worthwhile, because the x68K is one of those machines that if you weren't in Japan, you probably didn't experience firsthand. And, you know, it's got a good reputation for its arcade ports. Although when it comes to driving games, I'm not so sure. But we'll see those later. I don't think I only selected the same music every time this time as well, haven't I? I should have been varying the music. Never mind. Every tune's a classic in this game. Now, we will be looking at plenty of primitive games, plenty of maybe even bad games. Some that I'm not even sure would count as racing games, hence why I put /driving games in the description. But we'll see. I've got quite a big list, so I'm only going to get a fraction of them done this week or today. I think I'm going to have to start doing daily streams again to get anything like the content I wanted to get for May, but it's taken a long time to prepare these lists, and also hardware problems, as I said. It's not good when you're compiling your CPU and everything else is going above 100 degrees. Because it used to be about like 80. So I don't know why after Windows Update it's suddenly much higher, but yeah. I've ordered a new cooler and thermal paste, see if that fixes it. That's not arrived yet. Oh dear. The shift has been there for a long time. The recent versions have got the option to put it slightly outside the screen instead, if you say you went on a widescreen monitor. But the shift has been there probably a good 10 years. I think it happened around the time the newer artwork systems added, which would be 107. The shift just came fairly soon after that. But they've recently been updated, so yeah, if you've got widescreen displays, which everybody has these days, you can put them outside the window, but oh dear. So my Outrun skills are not great. And hey MAME fan, and hey Custado, thank you both for joining. It's good to see you both. I recognise those names from previous streams, so welcome back. Anyway, yes, we will not discuss my poor performance at Outrun. I know I can do better, especially when it's on easy, but yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's been there a long time, MAME fan. Unless it was added later. I mean, I don't have an exact timeline for it, but it has been there a long time. It's not something I consider a new feature. Right, now where do we go for the home system games? I think I want to dive straight into something on the Spectrum, actually. A recent game on the Spectrum that I'm not very good at, but let's have a look at it. Now, this is from last year, I think. So, oh, come on. I know what, I need to go and turn the external drives off, actually, so just a second. Oh, that's better. That's better, otherwise we're waiting for the external drives to spin up every time they spin down, which we don't really want. Now this is Drift. As the name would suggest, it's a game about drifting, and it was released for the Spectrum. So let's turn our way through the loading, otherwise it's a good 13 minutes. I don't think we want to spend 13 minutes watching it load. Now, this is a 1 to 8K Spectrum game, as you probably get from the loading time. It's got a fair amount to load, but at 1000%, it shouldn't take too long. But it's still a considerable amount of loading. And okay, let me just alt-tab out that actually. So move that way. My screen layout's not quite right at the moment. Move that there. And go back to it. So, hey Tilanus, hey Robbie Strange, who emulates the emulator. Well, you can run very old versions of MAME in DOSBox. Hey Wolfaz, and hey Thomas, thank you for joining, and hey Cow. Yeah, MAME emulating MAME. I mean, you technically sort of can in some of the old PC drivers, but it's got to be really old versions. And yeah, exactly. Try the Mac 2 or the 486 PC driver. You are kind of running like the first versions of MAME, not anything beyond that, otherwise they're too slow. But yeah, you can sort of start up, I think, MAME 32 in Windows 95 and the PC drivers. And hey, Christian. And yeah. So yeah, back to speeding this up because otherwise it would take a while. Holding insert. We had a lot of patience back in the day for game loading, didn't we? And this wouldn't have been considered an exceptional load time had it been released back in the day, although they would have probably put a fast loader on it these days. They probably expected most people to just snapshot it or use the fast load feature of the emulator, but MAME being MAME, we load it normally. Sort of makes sense. Now, I think this is quite an impressive little Spectrum game. It plays to the strengths of the system, so it's not highly colourful, but we'll see in a bit. Let's turn the volume back up. Now, there might be a few... It might run a little too fast because we don't emulate the weight states on the Spectrum, but that's not a bad thing with this game, really. Got this nice little animated intro, which you don't really see on many Spectrum games. Yeah, make some toast, grab a glass of milk, invite your friends over. But yeah, nice animated intro, which is actually really impressive for a Spectrum game. Which can be skipped with the S key, as it tells you. Bit of an AY tune here. Maybe not my favourite music, but tells you what to do. Yeah, it looks really good, doesn't it, Thomas? Right, so redefine controls, QAOP space, that's fine. Right hand drive, dynamic shadow, amateur. I'll still fail, but here we go. So yeah, I mean, it's not fully rendered like flat shaded 3D or anything. It's sort of just dots and a few 3D objects where things need to go, but that's how they get the performance out of it. Which car do we want? Shall we go with that car there? The Julia. Continue with the Julia, yes. I spent £1,000 preparing for the stage and for the starting fee. In Norway. Yeah, if it had been released back in the day, it would have been considered fantastic. I mean, it is good anyway. I say it's one of those that impress me. So we are against these people who, I don't know. I don't know if they're famous racers. This is our course, so you can see where the buildings are placed. That's kind of important because they help guide you, as does the mini-map. I mean, the mini-map in this is vital. So you say you've got objects around the track.
5 seconds.
Bit of speech. Is there a car named David? I don't know. I didn't check how. Oh, and off we go. So you see, you got all the cones which sort of guide you around the track. You can check the mini-map. You're doing a little bit of drift. Now the second part is... Oh, I've missed this one. I've not done that turn properly. Oh. Takes a bit of getting used to the controls, I have to say. I'm completely off the track now. As you can tell from the minimap. Where is the track? Well, it's not here. So, yes. This will not be winning me any prizes. Now, I did manage to do a really good drift ball. There we go. Let's see a proper drift. There we go, you see. Awesome drift of 34 points. Now, if only I could do those more consistently. It's a case of knowing your timing. You can drift around pretty much this whole course if you've got it correct. But I have not. But yeah, the big chunky car sprite there as well. And it is nice and fast for, you know, for a Spectrum game. It's not, you know, breakneck speed. Now there's no road, but there's no road because that is how they get the performance really. You know, this level of performance on a Spectrum is tricky. So there we go, great drift. Missed the corner. I'll just go around the lamppost, nobody will mind. And finished. Happy International Museum Day. Join Director Hayes on a virtual tour of computing history or racing game history. Yeah, let's set that result. Time score -94, drift score. Oh dear. Not the best score ever. Not the best score. You know Player One. Player One's a good player, although not Player One's best performance there, but minus... Player One didn't reach the final. Dan Rust did better than Player One. Yeah, Cruising World's one I might look at. Right, so we've got a different, more complex course, because, you know, that's exactly what I need right now after doing so well on the previous one. Well, some exams you get to retake. If they're really bad, Wolf has. So where are we going to go? Ooh, we've got to... Oh, that's... Yeah, let's see, that's not too bad. That's a... Uh-oh, don't want to hit the cone. No, I've hit the cone. I've spun out. That's a penalty. But yeah, this game requires a lot of skill, and you can master it quite well. And they say the mini-map's really essential to knowing how wide the track is, where the track goes, what you can do, and where the hazards are, because you don't want to crash into buildings. Oh, nope, that's a lot of cones. Now, I'm probably playing this better than a lot of the games I'll be playing shortly. And, oh, I've been disqualified. I'll retry that one. I mean, I've got a few lives left, which are retries, really. I wouldn't say the Spectrum 128 was that similar to the Commodore 128, Christian. I mean, they were on the market around the same time, although most people had C64s. The C128 was not that common. But in terms of actual hardware capabilities, they're very different machines. And the C64 is much more geared towards arcade games with, you know, hardware sprites and scrolling and stuff like that, whereas the Spectrum is more or less software rendered with the Z80. So again, something to consider when you look at this is, you know, this is being rendered on the CPU on a fairly slow Z80. I think overall the C64 is probably aged better than the Spectrum, and I'm doing really bad. Yeah, maybe I'll look at one of the Hyper 64 games. Okay, I accept that result and didn't do very well. I got disqualified, but we'll continue. We'll have a look at the next track and probably do even worse on that one. This game was made last year, I think, Wolfaz. It's one of the recent Spectrum developments. So, yeah, I mean, there are impressive new games being developed for all these 8-bits. I don't believe the linking feature is emulated cow, no.
5 seconds.
I think if Sailor Sat looked at it, she might be able to get it running, but I don't know. I don't know anything about the linking stuff, really. This is very narrow. No, I failed to even do the drift. Let's pretend I can do the drift. Not hitting the poles would be a good start for me. I guess you just learn it. You sort of take your time at first. There's a bit less spend that, you see. Oh, I almost successfully navigated it as well. Oh, that was almost good. Almost good, and then I went off the track at the end. No, get back on the track. Get back on the track. Oh, no, dear. Started off so well, and then I lost it. But yeah, this is an addictive little game. So it's not an easy game, but it's definitely addictive. And say this had been released back in the day, it would probably be, you know, in people's top lists of Spectrum games. Knows this corner as well this time. drift around that corner? Oh, okay. No, wrong way, wrong way, wrong way, wrong way. Disqualified. Too far off the track. Oh, F1 Grand Prix star. The Jellico one. Molfruit. Yeah, the Plus 3 had CPM. The CPC did too. No, this isn't one of the classics. Well, Robbie, this is a new one. So, yeah, anyway, I think that's enough of that one. That is Drift for the Spectrum. That's a recent Spectrum game. And it's a very playable game for a Spectrum game. And if you haven't checked it out, check it out. It's not officially in the software list. I had to add that one myself. There's no reason it couldn't be submitted to the software list if somebody wanted to. It is freely available to download. And you can buy a physical copy if you want. So, right. Where are we going to go now? Let's go with a bit of Data East. This one's not great, actually. This is Backfire from Data East. Now, this is default 2 screens. I don't want 2 screens, so let's just go with a standard screen 1. Now, I think Data East were trying to sort of copy World Rally 2 here, assuming this came after World Rally 2, because it's got a very similar dual screen setup, as you can see there. Flying High. It's not one I've played, although I may have heard of it, Mo. Unfortunately, most Amiga stuff does not work well in MAME. I did find one Amiga PD game from back in the day that I used to play that does work, so I might feature on one of these streams, but we'll see. Yeah, this was Data East's attempt to do, say, a World Rally type game. And like so many people that tried to do that type of game, it possibly didn't really come off too well. Now the sound will be in the left-hand speaker in this case because it's a dual cabinet setup, and the sound for the left cabinet was from the left and right's from the right. So do not adjust your sets or headphones. So yeah, unfortunately the controls on this are really awkward. It takes a lot of getting used to. It doesn't really control like World Rally. You have to sort of press the direction you want to go. Once you get the hang of it, it's not too bad, but it feels weird. I think it plays better than, say, Drift Out 94, which I can't stand. But still, it could have been a lot better. As you can see, I'm crashing in pretty much every corner. You just have this tendency to just sort of slide across the track. And hit things. I think it does have an option for steering wheel, but the steering wheel was never hooked up in MAME, so I don't know if it could control better with the steering wheel. You know, more standard controls, or if it would still be kind of awkward. Because it might just be how they try to adapt it to work with joystick that is the problem with this one. It's definitely not the worst game ever, but you know, there's so many better games in this sort of isometric like racing genre, but probably shouldn't overlook this one entirely. It's got some decent circuits, and it's got a more circuit racer style than a rally track. As you can see, I'm racing around a circuit that's looped, and that becomes more obvious on the later stages. Yeah, I mean, this is one that I worked a bit on the emulation of some years ago when refactoring a lot of the Data East games. But yeah, the controls just are kind of context sensitive, which is why it's hard to explain. And that's why I'm hitting the sides a lot. More so there. Now, I suppose with 2 players on the dual cab set, this would actually be really good. It's probably supposed to be a bit of a knockoff of one of those Cristado, yes. I don't think there's any licenses attached to the cars in this one. There we go. Add desert stage. So left and right move across the track in this case, but then you have to press down, left to do that turn. Unless you try playing it, it's hard to explain. So down, right gives you that turn. So it's like it moves in the direction you're pressing, which isn't kind of how you expect these games to play. So it's like, as I'm going around the track, I'm going in a circle around the directions. Oh, that's how you do that. But the car is maybe a little bit too big as well. But maybe people like big cars. But World Rally, you can see a bit more. This your car almost in the way. And it's a decent effort. But you can see I'm bouncing off the sides a lot, but it's quite forgiving. I think it has to be. So that's a lap done. But yeah, this one I don't think many people play it. I mean, it shares its name with a Tecmo prototype, which is an odd version like Silkworm, but as a shoot 'em up rather than, well, Silkworm is a shoot 'em up, but it's a more traditional shoot 'em up. Although that the jump we have from the Tecmo thing was from a bootleg instead. And maybe incomplete, I don't know. That seems to crash after so many levels, but that might also be because that was a prototype. I'll have to play that on another stream. It's kind of odd because it's nothing like Silkworm, but at the same time it has all the Silkworm graphics. So I'll chit chat in a minute. I can see there's messages popping up, but I have not had a chance to reply to. We've got plenty of time. I say that. I don't know how long the track is. I think I'm near the end. There we go. So, let's have a look at the chat. Right, let's see what the chat is. So, yeah, Bob. For this game, it's I mean, if I bring up the menu, it's naturally a two-screen game. So the audio you're getting is from the left screen and the left speaker. So that's actually intended in this game. So yeah, as MAME has said there. And yes, sorry Santarian. Also, welcome to the stream. But yes, this is intentionally in the left speaker. MAME doesn't allow easy remapping all the speaker channels to actual speakers at the moment. It's something that will have to be done in the future, I think, especially if you want multi-channel sound. But for now, because this is the left screen I'm playing on, yeah, the sound's going to come out the left. On the other hand, maybe I'm coming out of the right, so you know, you get to enjoy me if you just take out your left ear. Not take out your left ear because that sounds painful. Earphone, headphone, speaker with a a chain gun. And crashed. And I crashed. So after this course, I'm going to move on to the next game because I've got a fair bit to cover. So I might look at one of the X68K games actually next. I was going to make sure, there were a few people on the stream before I started looking at those. Hard right. But yes, my left ear is also enjoying this. Anyway. So there's not much else to say about this one really. I mean, it's got your standard themes for the courses. I don't think it's got a night course like World Rally in the sense that there's no headlight effect on the hardware, so it can't really do it in the same way. So this is a shorter track but with more laps. Now, I have a feeling this is probably set on one of the easier settings because I'm not playing it especially when I'm still finishing the tracks. Very, very hard left. Now, I have completed this before, but with cheats. That's that. Howdy, the Ogre. Thank you for joining. I hope you're doing well. And also, thank you for all the timestamps on the videos. They have been very useful. It's made me realise just how many of these videos there are as well. I didn't realise I'd done that many streams. Yes. They're handy for me as well because I can look at my videos and find the timestamps and things I've looked at when I found bugs and everything else too. Now there might be one or two tonight where the display at the bottom doesn't work. But that's because they're sort of software list based, but I'm having to select discs manually. Anyway, there we go. I have to retire. Apparently I didn't finish the lap in time. So that's alright. My streams are better than the Eurovision Song Contest. I mean, we've never done that well in the Eurovision Song Contest here, really, have we? We usually finish quite lowly. Just, it's gone downhill in recent years. Anyway, that was Daytona's Backfire, which is probably one of the lower tier of that type of game, but it's still enjoyable. So where I'm going to go next, I've got a whole list of PlayStation 1 games I can potentially play, but I might save those for a little bit. I want to do maybe more obscure stuff. So as I say, I'm going to go with the X68K. And so we currently have a fair few viewers. We've got 28 viewers at the moment. So yeah, that seems like a good time to have a look at Overtake on the X68K. Now this is one where Crazy Carl has recently fixed a few bugs with the raster effect, so this now actually works properly. And now, the first thing I'll say is, once you boot it up, take out the discs from 2 and 3, because it only uses 2 drives, not 1. And it's important which disk drive you put things in. So, welcome to Overtake. Press game. I didn't even realise I was head-to-head with the Eurovision Song Contest Manian, honestly. But there you go. So, it's a bit of a competition now. Hey, Peter, thank you for joining. Good to see you. And, yes. I say Crazy Car sounds like a used car dealer. Well, maybe that's where I got this one. Yeah, I'd say I've been a bit overwhelmed trying to actually prepare some of these streams and hardware issues with cooling and the like. So, for some reason, we ended up on the 18th of May, and I'm only on my second theme stream of the month. But these things happen. Yeah, Lordy is the one everybody remembers, Santeri. And people actually quite liked afterwards. Right, when it says insert disc B, and that's a B, it's important also to insert it to the right drive. So disc B must go in the first drive. So there we go. I think people everywhere would say that name. It's Eurovision is not known for being fantastic. Right, you've got config options, sound. You can use extra sound cards if you've got them. I prefer to turn rival off. Background music, PCM, or rival off. That's better. Yeah, that's how I like to configure this. Key set, it can use an analog stick if you've got one. I don't have one, so on digital. Effect. You can change the resolution. You can change this poly wall on and off. I don't know what curve mark does. I think probably a guidance thing, but I've not seen it. But poly wall I'll leave on. Right, okay, so that's that. So we can start. And we can do a quick race. One player. And the most interesting track in terms of graphical effects is Monaco, because it's got the tunnels. So let's just pretend this is Super Monaco Grand Prix. 4 automatic, resolution's fine. Got a number of possible tracks. Let's put the number of cars up to 5. 2 laps, start. Leeds versus Southampton. Oh. Right, so yeah, I don't know where I stand on this game. It's probably the most impressive of the racing games on the X68K, and it's very much inspired by the likes of Super Monaco Grand Prix, especially say the Mega Drive version, I would say. But I'm not sure how satisfying it is to play. But it's not bad. It's nice and smooth and fast, and it's got a good road. But your car does seem to drift around. It doesn't feel quite like it handles like I feel it should. But maybe that's just going really bad at it. Now this is a qualifying lap, so there are no other cars at the moment. And no music at the moment either. But yeah, the X68K is obviously known for its great arcade ports. But that's mainly from sort of 8-bit and 16-bit games that were just basic tile maps and sprites. There's a nice tunnel effect with a raster. Now here's the proper tunnel. Now this is one of the things that was fixed just a day or so ago, because previously this tunnel did not render properly at all, and now it looks really good. So you have Crazy Car to thank for that. Now for some reason the sound's gone a bit quiet now. I don't really know why, if there's still sound emulation issues. This PCM sound is one thing that was missing entirely before and now works, but it does go a bit quiet at times like this. But it's not too off-putting. But visually the game looks as it should these days, from what I can tell. So, approaching the finish line. And I probably won't be qualifying in a good position, but we'll see. Apt as it's Monaco GP this weekend. Also, I didn't realise that, Nigel. I'm not very good with my rest of world things. I played DirectX on, I think it was the birthday stream, Maniacs. There's a lot of shooters on the X68K that I need to cover in other streams though, yes. So here we go. Right, now we've got other cars on the track too, so we've got a bit of a soundtrack going on now too, because I selected my car, PCM and music over the rival car sounds. So this is a very arcadey style racer really, isn't it? It's not too serious. You don't really crash with things too often. But yeah, I think most people won't have seen this, or at least won't have seen it in MAME, because, well, if they've played it in MAME before, it won't have worked properly. And I couldn't really find any MAME videos of it, even in bad state. And I struggled to get it working myself at first because I didn't realise it was important which drives each disc went in. So it seems a good one to be streaming a little bit of. And I know Ed's Vision likes to do racing games in MAME, so it's probably one he'll do videos of if he's watching the stream and sees this one. As long as it runs on his machine. No, Costado. I mean, I've got Chase HQ and Full Throttle to look at some point, and those are very ropey ports. I might look at Super Hang-On as well, if there's time, but that still has some graphical glitches that I'm hoping will be fixed first. Like a background colour problem. Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst racing game I've played, and if I had an X68K back in the day, I probably really enjoyed it. But, it's just not really arcade quality, and sometimes people just think every X68K game is going to be arcade quality. Whereas this is kind of what you maybe expect on something like the Sega CD. I mean, maybe with analog controls as well it would be better, but I don't know how to set that up in the x68K driver. Surprisingly, even with the sound card options, it doesn't offer you every sound on at once, so you can't have music, rivals, and your sound effects, even with the sound cards. That's kind of a very computer-like thing. If you've grown up with the Amiga or any of the 8-bits, you're kind of used to that. Maybe I've lost my position. So there are different difficulty levels as well. This is on the easier mode at the moment, and I'm doing average. Don't crash inside. I think there's only 5 cars though, so maybe I'm not doing average. Maybe I'm doing really badly. But yeah. Ah yes, MAME. That's how you discovered the X68K. The X68K, yeah, it's a fantastic system. It's got a lot of really good games. And there's another racing game on the X68K that I couldn't work out how to play, and that's Group X, which is a simulation type thing where everything's rendered as dots, a bit like some of the older things like Night Driver. But I couldn't work out how to accelerate on it, so I put a few feelers out if anybody can tell me how to play that one, because that's another one I'd like to stream, but at the moment I can only watch the demo of it. But yeah. I've had a bit of fun with this one over the last week or so, and watching the bug fixes go in, and it works really well now. So I finished 5th, I think, out of 6. But anyway, yeah, I think there was one, Casper. I mean, I was looking at the sound options earlier. So sound. Yeah, SC55 module you can enable if you've got one plugged in. So, yeah. So another quick... I'm doing one more race. So I can do 7 automatic. I can do 2 cars. Where shall we go? A good old British Grand Prix. Canadian, that looks a bit wobbly. I think we should just go for the Japanese one. And have some hot wind. Oh, let's start. So this, I'll play this lap on this, and then I'll show you a few other things with this, because there's more to this game than just the game. I don't know, Casper. I've not tried. I don't know how the X68K hookups are. Yeah, this will be Suzuka main. Oh, spinning. I mean, you don't get the full effect of the bridge on it. You do sort of see a little line where the bridge is when you're going under it. But there you've got your famous Ferris wheel in the background. Big wheel in the background. As you see how many of these games, you know, virtual racing and the like has got a big wheel there. Yeah. I do wonder why there wasn't an actual proper X68K based arcade platform, but I guess in Japan that would have been considered an expensive low tier arcade platform. I don't know. You would have thought maybe somebody would have had that idea though, as they did over here with things like the Amiga, although less said about Arcadia the better. See, that was where the track goes over. You just get that little bridge, and you don't see it when you go over it either. There's not much variety in the trackside objects, unfortunately. They seem the same on every track, as far as I can tell. So it could have done with a bit more work, but it's not too bad. And I think, yeah, if you're playing it in manual with maybe the analog controller, you can really get into this. And it's meant to be a bit arcadey. It's not meant to be like Jeff Crammond's Formula 1 thing on the PC and Amiga, which is a fantastic game that I can't play, unfortunately. There we go. That's the qualifying lap. You picked up a pristine SC55, did you? That's does that set you back a fair amount? I think a lot of these things are getting expensive these days. MAME does support the MIDI card, does it? I've not tried it. I could try Revs. I've lost the context for that. Not the best start, but we'll see. We'll see. Different track now. There's some good music compositions. You can find the music compositions on YouTube without the game. People have acknowledged them and recorded them. Now, I have spent a while playing this one, but like I said, the general idea of the themes for this month are that I'm looking at other platforms. I mean, everybody knows MAME for the arcade stuff, and there are arcade races to look at. But there are a lot of things on other platforms that probably deserve a little bit more attention, and this, I feel, is one of them. So, I'm trying to balance the streams around that idea. Miles behind. Yeah, there'll be other races, Kale. I mean, I just I played Daytona's Backfire before this one. There'll be even things that probably don't even class as racing games, but you know, I've got the Sharp X1 American Trucker on the list of potential games to look at, and that's pushing it in terms of racing games. Oh, so 2 cars is you and the rival. It's not 2 other computer cars, is it? Oh, I'm ahead now. Just need to keep this lead. Yeah, even the font is very reminiscent of Monaco GP, Super Monaco GP, Super Monaco GP. Oh no, there are 2 rivals, so I've just been ahead of one the whole time. And no, I'm not. Oh well. Yeah, the only PC98 game I'm potentially going to look at is Runner's High. I shouldn't have crashed. I'm not going to catch up now. But yeah, this will be the final lap of this game, and this until I move on to another one. Before I move on to another game. But hope you're enjoying the music more than my driving. No, slow down. Oh, not quite. Now this isn't the only X68K racing game that saw improvements either, so Terror Drive did too. I'll probably look at that one in a bit. You know, if I have time. I might not have time. There's so many, yeah, there's a bunch of X68K racing games and loads of others. That's why I say part 1 of this stream, because there's enough content for a few more parts. Get on the track. I'm not going to catch up on. No, they're crossing the finish line now. Yeah. Oh, is there another lap? Or is that it? No, that's it. Last place. Yeah, Custado. I mean, it's not a bad game to play, but it is a bit lacking in some areas. It's definitely one that's worth checking out as something a bit different. Yeah, I mean, there are definitely X68K games. There are definitely Japanese games with protection. There was some chat in some conversation recently about some of them and how even the HXC disk emulator converted the disk images badly. I think that was some FM Towns floppy stuff. But yeah, there are definitely copy protections on some of the Japanese games. It's possible that some of what we have hacked versions. I don't know. It's difficult to know, as I said. Right, so for arcade game, shall we go for something good or something old? That's not so good, or something somewhere in the middle. I know where I'm going to go. I'm going to go with Sega's GP Rider. Now this runs on the X board, and it's usually meant to be used as a twin cabinet setup, but it does also run standalone. Now, unlike a lot of X board games, this doesn't use road layer. This uses entirely scaling sprites for the graphics, but somehow manages to look better than the System 32 games that try to do the same, F1 Exhaust Note and F1 Superlap. Anyway, shall we go on this? Have I got the setup pad? I don't know. This might not be set up. Okay, looks like I'm playing with some keyboard. That's okay. Apparently it's set up, but it didn't seem to be working. I'll try again. Oh, okay, it does work. So I think this one's really impressive because it's got the whole tilting sky effect, which, you know, the hardware doesn't do natively. It's got to do a column scroll. It's not like a wireboard where it can actually rotate the entire layer. And it's got so many sprites to make up the ground layer, and there's very few holes in it. They've managed to pull it off really effectively. And it makes you realise just how powerful this older X board was. I mean, this is the hardware that powered Afterburner, where the ground's got lots of holes in it. Whereas here, it's giving the impression of a solid layer. And the hills are convincing, the bank corners are convincing. To me, this is probably one of Sega's most impressive looking games of the era. I don't enjoy playing it as much as I enjoy playing, say, Outrun. That's because this is a more serious game, and I tend to prefer the more less serious ones. I mean, it's not serious, it's still an arcade racer. But even that bridge is really convincing, how they've done it. My driving is less than convincing though, in 11th place. I mean, it's not as impressive as, say, the Konami games that aren't emulated yet. Racing Force, but that's got special hardware to do all sorts of funky effects. Oh dear. No, this is the same hardware as Afterburner 2, Christian. That's why I'm really impressed by this. It's literally the same hardware, but it looks so much more impressive than Afterburner, if you ask me. I don't know about Italian copyright laws, Bob. But yeah, KOB will probably tell you about those. I think everywhere had software piracy issues, to be fair. I mean, from a, you know, an economic sense, it makes sense. A lot of people can't afford the games, or want, there's always going to be people who want to try them and then buy them. And always want people that want the challenge of working out how they work and hacking them and know that it's profitable to do so. So I'd be surprised if there's anywhere that didn't have issues. And even emulation's got issues with that, with people emulating things like the Switch, which you can't really say is for anything other than piracy. And making a fortune out of it. Ooh, second lap. Yeah. I mean, like most arcade races, this doesn't really have much in the way of variety of tracks. But that's an arcade racer thing in general, not this game. But what is here is very impressive. And obviously it's a twin cabinet usually, so you can play against a rival. Unfortunately, if you're as bad at taking the corners as I am, then that will happen very often. One at a time. Oh. Yeah. I mean, same. You could get pirated CPC and Spectrum games everywhere. You'd buy what were sold as blank tapes after expressing an interest in the game, and somehow those blank tapes would have the games you express an interest on. Yeah, Power Drift actually uses the Y board, Christian, and that has built-in rotation hardware, to actually rotate the entire layer, which is why Galaxy Force and Power Drift make such heavy use of it. Whereas this just has row scroll and column scroll effects, so this is closer to, say, what the Mega Drive can do with the tire maps, and that's how that's rotating it. Obviously the Mega Drive can't do all the sprite scaling you see for the rest of it, but in terms of the background tire map, it's not real rotation. This is one of those that wasn't emulated at all until the Sega CPs were decrypted too, so compared to Afterburn and all that, this took a while to get emulated. These days you can take it for granted because they've been done for so long, but it was one of those that was interesting to see. It also still requires a hack to run. There's some interrupt hack in the driver, which if you take out the game doesn't boot, which is kind of curious. It suggests that something's still not quite right with the export emulation. Yeah, visually this, for the time it was released, the hardware was released, this is very, very impressive. That's a bit better. Make it. There you go. I'm not going to make the third lap though. That was on zero. Time for doing that now. We've got to be good to finish the track. Yeah, Sega really were the masters of superscalers, Manian. Hey Red Hot Mackay, thank you for joining. Hope you're doing well. And of course, hey to everybody else as well. Hey Kale, thank you for joining as well, and I hope you're doing well. And anybody else I've missed? I mean, Afterburner was impressive at the time for the spectacle. The way it rotated all around, you know, you flipped you over. It felt like you were going upside down, even without the full motion cabinet, just because of the movement of the cabinet. It was an experience. But yeah, I think in terms of use of the export, that's probably the most impressive game. GP Riders. Almost forgot what it was called. Right. So where next? Obviously, we're going to have a look at a home system. It's kind of tempting to go there, but no, I'm not going to go there yet. I did mention that I'd found a single Amiga game that I used to play back in the day that worked. And this isn't going to be overly impressive because it's a PD game. But there's not much that runs in the Amiga driver. I tried loads. I've tried about 50 games with these streams in the Amiga driver, and so far this is the first game I've found that's playable. Because it's a non-working driver, and anything copy protected with the original disc fails. You can try the cracked versions. Sometimes they'll fail. Stunt Car Racer failed after loading. But this is a PD game on one of the Assassin's discs called Driving Maniacs. Now, this is one that I spent a surprising amount of time with back in the day. I don't really know why, but it's a sort of 3D game on the Amiga. I'm wondering if it was a name or 3D actually. There we go. Look at the fantastic title screen for Racing Maniacs. We'll skip the music. Yeah, it's a miracle, Bob. We have found that a single Amiga game actually works. It's playable. Okay. So we've got the controls. Let's go with the fast track. And it's Human 1, not Player 1, Human 1 versus Clint. Only Amiga disc now, many, and even then, not many of them. So yeah, it's a simple, flat shaded racing game. But you know what? I spent a fair amount of time playing this and enjoyed it. So why not? You don't. It's not got very realistic handling or anything else. But Human 1 against Clint Eastwood. Yeah, I think this is just somebody who was probably quite good at some programming techniques, but not really good at game design or naming anything. So this is the result. But again, I spent a lot of time back in the day playing this, so it holds a few good memories, even though it's a very, very simple game, really. And I'm a loser, not a loser, a loser. So there you go. Stunt Car Racer was good. That's why on the Amiga. That's why I wanted to feature it, but alas, it doesn't work. Yeah, this has got 2-player split screen mode as well, which is probably another reason I played a lot of it. So yeah, no, we can say it's 2 laps. First race, scenery, tokens, weapons. Now it's not going to be a skill level. 4. I might win a track race. Play against computer. We'll have the bendy track. Now I'm against Monroe. Clint made me loser. Yes, MAME fan. The ST emulation is as bad as the Amiga emulation. Unfortunately. That sounded bad. Yeah, there are now weapons that you can pick. Can you pick them, or do you just run into them? I don't remember. I mean, I don't really want to drive over the mine just in case, but I think you do pick up the mine. Hence why there's an icon in the corner for mine. I'm damaging the car a little bit. I have another lap. Look, I've got my damn car repaired by driving over a repair thing. Okay, no, driving over the mine's not a good thing. Oh, maybe just drop mines. Yeah, I think I'm just dropping mines now. But yeah, this is, as I say, this is just a PD game, so nothing fun. And the winner! I think I destroyed the other car because I didn't cross the finish line. I must have dropped a little mine. This is better than the SNES race driving. Yeah, I think I've seen that. That's one of those that just runs. It's not as bad as the C64 race hard driving, is it? But it's kind of bad. I think it's one of those that somebody did. Did they do an SSA1 version? I can't remember now. So let's have a look at the tricky track. Against Munro again. Your winner. Oh. No, not reverse. Wrong gear. Oh, no. Well, that went well. Big vids in their regards. Let's try the tricky track again and actually go forward. If I can move the keys. Yeah, okay. It uses MAME's default second player joystick mapping because it's technically the second joystick because the mouse is the first controller. I don't know, MAME's controller mapping is confusing because for the Intellivision it maps exactly the same controls to both pads, which is a problem by default. Did I just go through a door? I'm not even sure what I did. I'm going to drive through the black square. Don't know what it does, I just want to drive through it. But yeah, for a free game, well, not free, but if you paid £1 for a disc with 3 games on, and this is one of the games, and it's got a 2-player split screen mode, I can kind of see why I spent a while playing it. My car's kind of damaged, that's better. It's not damaged anymore. It's got the features you need for an enjoyable little head-to-head racing game. Still don't really know where the other car's gone though. It's not going to win any awards. I don't know if anybody's played it in the last 20 years, but it's not too bad, is it? But we will be moving on very shortly to another arcade game. I'm the winner. I don't know where the other car went. Of course, Bob. I mean, even a lot of PD games have problems. I was trying to play Pub Darts and it starts repeating sounds over and over again, and dear, the driver is kind of bad. But there you go. I actually found an Amiga game that ran and got to play it, so that's the thing. Right. Let's play one that probably nobody thinks I'm going to play. Let's play Daytona USA, which apparently doesn't work, with the uplight cabinet. Now, of course, technically it doesn't work, but it is playable. This doesn't look very nice.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
Now the controls are a bit twitchy. Hey Elcor, RG, thank you for joining. You're watching me play MAME's rather buggy emulation of Daytona. Which I'm terrible at, by the way. So yeah, it does jolt the camera around a bit whenever you move, but I think that's MAME's sensitivity on analog inputs. I'm not sure. Now, I could just be playing this in the Model 2 emulator instead and have a better experience, but I did want to kind of show that MAME does run Daytona, and it is playable. It's not perfect, and yeah, I'm bad at it. But, yeah, it's been in this state for a good number of years now, and it's still marked as not working, but I think a lot of people don't even realise it is in this state, and you can play it to this degree. And obviously, if you can run the M2 emulator, it's recommended instead. But this is a stream about MAME, and looking at things in MAME, and this is how Daytona is in MAME. Now, some of the other Model 2 games work much worse than this. The ones on 2B, 2C run much slower and have a lot more issues because the coprocessors are more demanding to emulate. So, Model 2 still needs a lot of work in MAME, but Daytona itself, you know, it's kind of playable. I don't think I ever got more than last place. I don't usually finish the race. But you know, I'll have a look at the other courses after this as well, because why not? You can see, in terms of the game being playable, yeah, you know, I didn't do very well. The non-working game stream. Yes, maybe maybe it's a non-working game stream. I don't know who knows about M2 hardware, Stephen. I mean, we do have the sources from Sony's emulator, but you can't just port them because they work in a very different way to MAME. Let's go with the advanced course. Yeah, the gamma correction. I mean, the gamma correction was wrong with the M2 emulator for a long time.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
This is the intermediate course. So. Yeah, I mean, there's been no real improvements to this in a while. And you can see there's an annoying dot in the middle of the screen there. But no, it's just not as bad as some people say. You know, you listen to some people, and it's like MAME's never done a thing for Model 2 emulation, and that's not quite true. It's just not really where people want it to be. Virtual Racing also has that annoying dot. I wasn't aware of that. Right up my car. It doesn't surprise me too much. Yeah, I think without proper controls or some filtering of the analog inputs, maybe, it's always going to be tricky. Emulating analog controls and mapping them to other devices, it's a problem for a lot of emulators. I mean, people will say DEmul is even worse than MAME for it. The traffic radar doesn't seem to display the other traffic either, I've noticed, but well, no, it does. It's in the wrong place, isn't it? It's down there instead of in the actual window. I'm running out of time. Oh, I'm not running out of time. Now, unfortunately, I can't sort of do the same Shelf Scud race because that still crashes and is too slow, and that's Model 3. But I figured, why not play a bit of Daytona? Make it. Oh, make it. Daytona sings Daytona over and over again. Pretty much. But yes, Daytona in MAME is actually technically playable. It's not marked as working because it's still got a lot of issues, but yeah, you can actually play it. I mean, if you want to or not, that's up to you. But so you probably just use the Model 2 emulator if you can, but I thought it was worth showing. Where shall we go next? I'm tempted to go with Runners High on the PC98. Now this probably is not going to show in properly in the display down there. Let's allow some messages through. For some reason we're blocked. Virtual Formula was the one that's also usually got the extra monitor for the display, isn't it? Right, so this is Runners High. Now this one's in the PC98 driver. Hold on, I'm just going to pause that. I'm having to run it with this command line. It does display that I'm having to run it with the following command line because this isn't the actual individual entry for the game in the software list. This is part of a compilation. So I'll post that down there. Now the system's booted. And it won't boot at a higher clock speed, but the game runs a bit slow otherwise. So this is where I kind of cheat and go into the slider controls. This is why I enable cheat and put this up to like 250%. And now, turn it down a little bit. Anyway. So, what are we talking about? Yeah, Ridge Racer is playable in MAME. So, yeah, this is Runners High, a game from Compile for the PC98, which is basically a Japanese PC system, 486 based in this case. But probably not one many people have played in MAME. There's your credits. Options. Not many options here. You can turn the texture on and off, which I guess is a speed up thing for the lower hardware. You can clear the data or you can sound test it. So, yeah, this is the PC98 disk station stuff. As opposed to the individual software list entry that I couldn't work out to get running. So this is a run-along time challenge thing, more so than a race against anybody else. You get the little jumps, which if you hit them, you can jump in the air. There we go. Basically, you're racing against your own times. You're trying to set the best times on the tracks. So there's not much to it. Don't crash into the sides. That's not clever. If you double tap, you seem to do a sort of skid move, which is kind of handling on some corners. It gives you a bit more grip, but you lose speed. However, that was not when to use it. You don't want to jump out the track either, because that disqualifies you, I believe. Or at least gives you a heavy time penalty. Quite often emulators run faster than real hardware because there are lots of factors in how fast something runs on real hardware that are difficult to emulate. I mean, look at, say, the Cave SH3 based games. We don't understand what makes it slower, and especially when you're dealing with more complex CPUs with cache and everything else, there are a lot of factors involved in how fast something runs. Yeah, if you've got a G-Sync compatible card and display, it will do it all very well, as long as it's a good monitor. Nice little wavy effects on the screen here. Let's have a look at some of the other tracks in this anyway. Flat Wipeout. Maybe. I mean, Wipeout was a consideration to play. There's only 3 tracks as well. You would have thought maybe they'd do more tracks, considering it's a very simple game. But then also, yeah, hey GP, thank you for joining. Hey Furhound, thank you for joining. And Sanchez, thank you for joining. Anybody else? I think that's the new arrivals. Hope you're all doing well. Yeah, I mean, it's not often I get to show off PC98 stuff in MAME. So I thought it'd be nice to make an exception and put something on. Oh. But it's one of those where you're just trying to better your own times, really. And these days, it'd be a game that had, if it came out today, it'd be online leaderboards and all that stuff. But this was 1996; you didn't have all of that. Yeah, I mean, obviously, Compiler are quite a famous developer for other reasons. So again, looking at some stuff they've done that might not be as well known, seemed like a good idea. Nope. So yeah, very heavy time penalty for going out the course. But this is nice and smooth because I overclock the CPU. If you don't overclock the CPU, it runs a bit slow, but you can't just set the CPU clock higher in the driver because then the timer check on startup fails. So it probably really needs a slightly faster PC98 model by default, but none of those would boot. So I had to, cheat it a little bit. This is grass, not sewage, Mo. Although, yes, it does look a bit sewage-like. So I'll do this course, and then I'll look at the sunset course, and then we'll move on to another arcade game. Oh. It was right there! No toes at all. This is quite fun to play, GP. It's a simple game, but sometimes that type of game is fun. I mean, this is the type of thing you sort of maybe expect to see as one of those modern games on, say, the Spectrum or CPC, a bit like that Drift thing I was looking at. It's got that simplicity to it that makes it fun. Yeah, the PC98 series is a lot more difficult to work with, Malmanian. I mean, I had to ask how you got this one running on the Bannister Org forums because I couldn't figure it out. This is the trickier course. You've got to take your corners properly. I'm not taking my corners properly. And yes, this is sunset, not lava. The floor is not lava. There is no sun, is there? It has properly, fully already set. FC Blackpool's left. Or Skegness. There's no jumps on this one as far as I can see either, so it's more of a windy course you have to try and stay, control your speed on. And I'm not doing a very good job of that. This is like the hard course, I think, whereas the other one was medium and easy. probably where doing that skid thing will help, because it gives that a little bit more control. And you do that, you double tap the speed up to do that. Not there. There is a bit of momentum to your movement, which is why I'm sliding into things and hitting the side as well. But I'm definitely not going to finish this track out. You know, I'm probably not going to finish this lap. Unless I'm lucky. Nope. So, oh, I forgot to look at the other things on Overtake in terms of 68K. It's got a nice rendered intro on some of the other discs that is worth checking out, but I'll have to do that another time. Apparently I did finish that, but oh! Hey Zach, how you doing? Thank you for joining. You're looking at a PC-98 game right now, which is a Japanese computer. This one was made by Compile, and I've done very badly at it. The only track I could complete was the easy track, which was the grass track. Yes, the name gave it away. And hey Ben, thank you for joining. In fact, have you sent everybody from the Discord here? F-Zero, but anime and time attack. Yeah, I mean, it's a very simple game. It's kind of like one of those caravan shooters in the sense there's not much to it, but it's a simple game by Compile from '96 on the PC-98. And so, as a result, probably one not many people have played. Right, let's go to arcade games then. And yeah, let's look at one that's a different type of game again. Let's have a look at Ironman Ivan Stewart's Super Off-Road Track-Pak. Now, note this is the Track-Pak version, so this is the version that's got a different set of tracks. Yeah, it's got really cool music, Corsado. I think it's very chill, very relaxed music. But yeah, this is the updated version of Super Off-Road with different tracks. And you get the different types of car too. So, you know, you can choose your June buggy or your regular truck. It's also one of those that makes you enter your name before the game starts. And your birth date of birth and everything else. Which if you just want to play a game, it's not that great. But now this was ported to a lot of systems, and to me this is probably the only good game Leland made. So it's probably more of a fluke hit than any kind of programming skill. But I'm the red truck, by the way. And it's one of those racing games where the terrain matters and you're bouncing all over the place, but so are the other cars, so it feels fair. And I think this would inspire a lot of other games. I mean, I don't think things like Super Skid Marks on the Amiga would exist if it were not for this game. Although it is one of those annoying games with buy-in features where you put more real money into buy upgrades and the like. But again, that's the kind of thing Leland did, and why Leland were in reality not actually a great developer. Get your turbo? Oh, I wasted that turbo a little bit. Somebody wishes to say boobs. They can say boobs and not be censored. That's fine. Yes, there will be no actual bare boobs on the stream, because YouTube tend not to like that. But you can have these boobs here, or these boobs here, because on the side of the screen. So yes, start the next race, please. Hey, Rio Trio. Is this your track, Zach? Let's pick up another nitro that's not going in the water. Ooh. See, I'm doing quite well for now. But it's one of those where the AI also just gets ridiculously difficult after a few stages, because they basically get the upgraded version of all the cars, which you can't possibly afford unless you put a fortune into the machine for extra money. Which is why the home versions of this tend to be better remembered. The SNES version I think people like a lot. I played it on the Mega Drive, I enjoyed it there. Bit of slowdown, a bit of flicker, but I think that's just the hardware. It's kind of an odd hardware setup. I mean, it's two Z80s and a 186 at 60 megahertz. Again, it's kind of janky hardware, but it's Leland. Let's increase my top speed. I can't buy any more of that. More nitros. Super on-road. I mean, there are on-road games like this. There's Super Sprint and the like. Indie Heat as well that Leland did, although Indie Heat is obviously not as good. I like the shortcuts in the tracks as well. I mean, you know, you can go over the bumps there, but you've got less control, but it's quicker if you manage to keep control of the car. But yeah, Leland managed to find a fun factor in this game that most of their games didn't have. Look at that jump. I think it's things like that, just with how ridiculously high that jump was. There's no reason my car should have flown in the air like that, but it did. Not like that though. That was less helpful. Now I'm doing badly. Also, all the different frames of animation. I mean, you know, this isn't 3D hardware. This is just rendering. You know, this is all sprites. Leaping lizards. Yeah, this game is a good fun game from back in the day. I say play the Mega Drive or SNES version. It's probably better than this. Let's put some credits in and you know, get some extra money. Get some more speed. That's not really a good idea though. Extra speed. The cut-off pass. Now I'm too fast. Again, you've got multiple routes through the track here. I don't know why they went with this art style where some of the tracks cut off in the corners. But that is just how the game is. That's not an emulation bug. They've just decided, yeah, you can guess where your car is if it's there. Oh, speed. Right, so I don't know what home game I'm playing after this. I have to have a think about it. No, I didn't win that first either. So yeah, super off-road Track-Pak arcade game. If you only played the original off-road, do give the Track-Pak version a look, because it does contain all new tracks. And if you were lucky enough to have that one in your arcade, maybe you're more familiar with it than I am, because those aren't the tracks I'm that familiar with. Anyway, let's go for a PlayStation game. Which apparently doesn't work, but you know. Yeah, I think the SNES and Mega Drive versions are probably better than the arcade. So, what PlayStation game I'll be going with today? Published by Square Electronic Arts. Exactly. Chocobo racing. Populous isn't a racing game, Zach. Anyway. No. There is no PS2 emulation in MAME cow that works. I'll be a black magician. Yes, okay. Yes, she's that. Is that the second course? That would do. Yeah, Populous is a favourite. I played Populous more on the Mega Drive, the original. But Populous at the beginning on the PlayStation is a pretty good game. Let's go faster. Right, okay. That was a good start. So yeah, this is one of the kart racing games that I don't anybody who had this back in the day, but it got zapped. I mean, it got overshadowed by Donkey, Crash Team Racing and like Mario Kart. But yeah, there's lots of PlayStation games that work really well in MAME actually, and this one seems fine as far as I can tell. I don't know what all the buttons do. That's a speed up. Populous racing. Yeah, deform the track in front of you and destroy every other racer on it, and yeah, that'd be quite fun. Cause an earthquake. There are your power-ups. Also, Populous takes forever to play. It'll be here until like next week. Unfortunately, I don't know if there's any other controls on this, but I won! Well, no, I didn't win. The Behemoth won, not the Behemoth. Hey, Temanopeleria, thank you for joining. I don't know if Populous used the whole memory card. It wouldn't surprise me if it used the whole memory cards. Yeah, I didn't even hear of this game back in the day, Bob. Honestly, you know, not a single person I know had it or talked about it or mentioned it. But I don't know. Was it released in Europe? I don't know. Maybe it wasn't released here. That might explain a few things. There were a lot of games that just didn't get European releases. It's probably not the most advanced kart racer in the world, but it does what it's meant to do. I don't know how you drift, if you can drift. You just have to use brake, maybe. Probably should try and play it more like a modern kart racer, and it doesn't really have all the features. There's the boost. You can get the power up there. There, I got hit. So did you. Yeah, I've got a whole list of possible PlayStation games that are racing games to play. And this was just one of the ones that, you know, came out of my roulette wheel of ones for this stream or the next streams. The one I really wanted to play, though, was Toon Racing, but that is a complete mess in MAME. I can put it on the stream, but all the textures are broken. Which surprised me, because usually a PlayStation game in MAME, it either doesn't boot or fails during loading, but the graphics are usually fine if it does boot. So Toon having completely broken graphics is surprising. I don't think MAME does any serial for PlayStation, Casper. I mean, the PlayStation Drive has not had that much attention. But yeah, so, you know, that was a nice Chocobo Racing. I was just using an Xbox pad. So... Mog is playing, I don't know. Anyway, that was the home game. So, I'm using a keyboard for some of the arcade. You would like to see the broken graphics in Toon. You'd like to see MAME really making a mess of things. Okay, I'm not going to play this one. As much as I... Oh, wrong driver. As much as I wanted to play this one, unfortunately MAME's emulation of it is a bit of a mess. So, yeah, look, what's going on here? The videos are okay, but the rest of the graphics are... Oh dear. This needs fixing at some point. But this is a really good game. I mean, I could play it in a different emulator, but, you know, for these streams I only want to use MAME, because that's kind of the point of them, so... Unless I want to play Motor Toon Racing with graphics that look like this. Yeah. It's like it's using the wrong texture formats or something like that. I'm not sure. Hey UTA Beta, thank you for joining. Yes, LSD Simulator. Very much LSD Simulator. Alright, so now we won't play that. We'll go back to an arcade game. Ooh. Is this really going to be the non-working game stream? I can put one of the Hyper Neo Geo games on if you close your ears completely and entirely. No, it's probably not a good idea, is it? It's probably not a good idea at all to do that. So, yeah. I've got a whole list here. I'm just trying to decide which one I actually want to play. I mean, we could go for... I'm not sure how this is going to control. Namco's Dirt Dash from 95. So, this is another 3D game. We seem to be doing a lot of 3D games these days for this stream, and that's not something that you really associate with MAME, but this is kind of quiet. Hold on. Volume up. Just slightly at least. I want the... I don't know what controls I want. Probably didn't want Expert, did I? So, Namco's Dirt Dash, which is a System 22 game. Yeah, I'm going to play this on keyboard. Ooh. I'm going to try and play on keyboard. I'm going to try and play on something. I don't know what I'm playing on. So, I got off to a good start here, didn't I? But yeah, the System 22 driver actually works really well. There's still some visual issues, and mapping the controls to anything modern is difficult because, again, it used a proper steering wheel, which had its own properties. The game's designed around those properties, and yeah, it doesn't always map properly to a keyboard or pad. There's a jump competition there, you see. Get the best jump. Losing the record, just like your high score. Was this never ported? I mean, I'm surprised I didn't get a PlayStation port here, because Namco did put out the likes of Ridge Racer on the PlayStation. But maybe they just didn't feel there was enough content here or something if they didn't port it. Anyway, I'm not going to finish this because of the bad start I had to the race. Well, that's a shortcut. I should probably take the shortcut, shouldn't I? But yeah, I think this is one I actually played on an arcade cabinet. I have sort of vague memories of playing it. But, time up. Again, Zach, Dino Crisis isn't a racing game. I mean, if you name PS1 racing games, then you know I might be able to bring them up. But you know, the idea of this stream is it's going to be a racing game theme. I don't think I'd do any better with a steering wheel controller, Thomas. I think I'm just really bad at games. I haven't played Prop Cycle, or at least I've not played Prop Cycle today. Is Prop Cycle a racing game? Prop Cycle kind of defies genres because it was basically an exercise bike type thing that controlled a flying bike where you were collecting things. I mean, I could put Prop Cycle on, but I'm not sure it's a racing game. It's close. Also, I don't know how the controls map these days. I've not played Prop Cycle in many years. There is another game which used a bike controller that I was considering, but it's a prototype that was emulated a few years ago. That's Gallico's Last Kilometre. This is why people don't let me drive. It's probably Prop Cycle's probably closer to racing than any other genre. even though you're collecting balloons, like it might be Pac-Man with balloons. No, I want to go through there. Why did I say dodge? I'm trying to dodge the shortcuts. It's getting very foggy. It's no longer Silent Hill. Don't do that. No. Now, I've also prepared slow. Are you calling me slow or are you telling me to go slow? I don't know. Either. Come on, come on, come on. Checkpoint. No, no checkpoint. I'm not in the Netherlands, but if I go there one day and it's still there, that's possibly something I'll visit. Custado. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how well the DualShock 4 controller will map to that, even in Windows. Anyway, let's have a little look. Right. No, Chris Q. It's okay. I mean, if I need stuff, I'll buy it myself. I'm not asking for donations in terms of wheels or anything like that. I'll probably end up still playing on keyboard and pad anyway, because that's just who I am. But yeah, so that was a Dirt Dash from Namco. Let's turn the volume down a little bit. We're coming to 2 hours on the stream. I don't know how long the stream will be going on for. But I think it's time to look at another computer game or console game. Right. This one's a bit too fast in MAME because it does. But anybody remember the Acorn Archimedes? Some of us had them in schools. This is E-Type for the Acorn Archimedes. You don't remember the Acorn Archimedes, Red Hot? Okay. You're probably just not as old as I am. Right. Disc 0. E-Type. I did see Pete Stone on Zystream GP with the whole £200 there. That was a big donation. I mean, Zy does deserve it. I mean, he puts in the effort with the the regular research and streams and coverage of reviews, long plays alike. But it's still a big donation. I mean, I think Pete should have probably contacted Zy privately and just said, can I PayPal you 200 because YouTube are going to take half of that. Cherry Reds, no, this is a very cheap Argos keyboard, Zach. It was purchased as an emergency keyboard when my keyboard had Coke spilt all over it. File manager. For drinks, we'll wait. I'll wait for the donation to pop up, Santa. Right, so mouse sensitivity 1, 2, or 3. Skill level. You don't know me, do you? Skill 2. So again, like most Archimedes things, the disc isn't clean. It's got loads of high scores on it because you can't find the unmodified clean disc images of any Archimedes games. I couldn't even find another racing game at all. Saloon Cars. There we go. Thank you for the €30 donation, Santeri, and it'll probably go towards drinks or possibly a wheel. It's always appreciated. Say thank you. You help support the stream a fair bit, and that's always it does help, and it does pay for drinks. I've got my rhubarb vodka today, which is quite nice, but should last a few streams. Go for the drinks. Yeah, the drinking and driving is perfect for this stream, isn't it? Auto gears, track 1, driver's name. Me. Play the game. Now this controls with mouse. So, I mean, if you played Outrun on the Amiga, that also defaults to mouse, although it's also terrible. But this runs a bit faster than it does on real hardware. I guess the real ARM is slowed down by video RAM accessors. But I mean, the Acorn Archimedes is kind of famous these days because... Not because of that. Because, you know, it was one of the first ARM-based computers, and it was, you know, really popular in schools in the UK. And these days, almost everything is powered by ARM. You know, you've got all your smartphones, all those devices, they're all ARM-based. I mean, your PC's becoming the exception with the x86 processor, really. You've got your consoles, obviously, but there are so many more ARM-powered devices now than there were back then. So, of all the you know, architectures to become really popular, I don't know if anybody would have really predicted the ARM, but that's how these things go. I crash into some roadworks, but yeah, it does run a bit too fast, so it's even more difficult than it's meant to be. And obviously the mouse control is quite sensitive. And this is also a Poundland mouse, because my mouse packed up too. I'm not having the best of luck with hardware at the moment. I believe the Apple M1 is also ARM, yes. The MAME actually runs really well on the Apple M1 as well. It kind of runs rings around Intel's high end. It's a really good processor. And that's unusual for MAME on Apple, because on ARM even. Because usually the ARM has traditionally got really bad MAME performance, which is why it was ran really badly on things like the Raspberry Pi. But yeah, for the native comparison to the M1, it runs really, really well. But this is one of your really old, you know, 90s games that ran on the Archimedes, which was an early ARM-based system. And it's kind of fun. I can see why people like this one. It's a simple game with a selection of tracks. We go track 2 this time. But not many people had these at home. This was more of the machine you saw in schools. It was very expensive. But it was also a very good machine. I mean, I've said before, when the school replaced the Archimedes systems with PCs, it felt like a massive downgrade. The software on the Archimedes was just so much better. The operating system was so much better than like Windows 3.1. But that's the way things went. So you would have thought maybe ARM was just going to die and be left behind, but then there's the resurgence of the ARM with all the modern devices. This is ridiculously fast. I really don't know what part of the emulation is making this too fast, but it's amusingly fast. Yeah, it is too fast. I've looked at original videos of original hardware, and it doesn't run this quickly. But you know, it's kind of fun this fast. Just like warp speed cars. You get so many driving games where you're going at pedestrian pace, and you feel it's too slow. This is the opposite. This is you know, supercars from the future. The Apple III that's so good it didn't even have any real software for me to test it with. Yeah. I do not remember the Action Man racing driving game. What was that on? Yeah, I mean, the ARM was always around, but never... you know, it faded out of view a bit in terms of popularity. Did I just run over the police? I think I just ran over the police. That was a bad idea. Most things didn't go away. I mean, you've got the PowerPC that stuck around with Macs and then was in the Xbox 360, and even the PS3 was sort of PowerPC derived. But that seems to have gone away now, more so. You know, there's not much PowerPC based these days. And MIPS, the original PlayStation, and again that's kind of faded away, and we're back to ARM being, you know, quite a popular platform for architecture. Yeah, falling in the water is instant death. Good track 4. I don't know if Tetris CDI is playable. I think it used to be, but it might be one of those that regressed at some point. I know Ryan is looking at the CDI at the moment, so he would know better. I've not booted it up in a while. Most CDI games have that bad habit just randomly failing for no obvious reason, as he is finding out again. So, the Far too fast E-type. I'm not complaining. Pardon me. There's not much to it. It's a simple racing game. I'll probably quit after this track. But there's also a track editor for this as well that's also soft listed. So if you want to make your own tracks, that is possible. Which is kind of one of the track editors and things like that sold games to me back in the day. If you could make your own track on a game, you know, or a level, it was almost a guaranteed sale if I saw it in the shops. Now, I think I'm going to go with Sega's Cool Riders next, actually. It wasn't on my initial list, but I kind of just feel like playing Cool Riders. This track's design seems different. Where I fall in the water. Anyway, that was E-Type for the Archimedes. Yeah, I don't think the CD has a suicide battery. It's just got, isn't it a battery backed up chip for all the save games, which has failed and leaked all over the boards these days, and none of the CDIs these days will save games because the chip's dead, rather than actual system not working. Now, Cool Riders, again, I'm going to have to set this. Maybe it's set to single screen. No, it's not set to single screen. Right. This is a dual screen game. Set it to single screen. Game assignments. No. Easy. Give me more time. No, give me more time. This is how you make Cool Riders easy. Advertise sign off. Export. Now, because otherwise, you know, I'm just going to crash into everything. But I'm going to crash into everything anyway. Ah, okay. So if I run it on the older machine, it would be slower, but it might be agile. I wasn't entirely sure which machine to run it on. I did try it on the A3000. It seemed about the same, but again, maybe I'm using the wrong machines. Yeah, this was a fun one to emulate. There's still a lot of issues with the emulation code, at least, but the game is playable. Some of the endings are corrupt. Pour some more drink. I've played this on stream before, but again, it's one I just enjoy. So now, if I'd left the attract sound on, it would be playing "Born to Be Wild" because it liked to blurt out "Born to Be Wild" all the time. But hey, Carlo. Road Blasters is more of a shooter than a racer to me, but it is a racing game. Yeah, this is just Outrunners with bikes. Even says Outrunners on that banner there. So, who shall we be? Could be Grandpa. We could be David. No, let's not be David. Gloria. We could be Chris. We could be John Doe. We could be Max. We could be Big Boss. Oh, apparently I'm going to be the Grandpa because I haven't had time to choose. There was one other thing that we know of on this Hardware Mass Ninja, and that was an aquarium, a coin pusher aquarium. So not really a game. It just provided the background to a coin pusher, which has fish swimming around in it, and that's not really emulated well at the moment because it uses the hardware in a different way. So yeah, first place against your rival, you get to choose the next stage. It's very much Outrunners. For some reason, Under the Tunnels is still louder than not, which is obviously an emulation issue with the sound chip. But yeah, it's just a really wacky version of Outrunners with bikes. Unfortunately, it also runs at half the frame rate of Outrunners for some reason. Like the hardware couldn't quite cope, even though it was a dedicated board for like this type of thing. Probably why they didn't really use it beyond it. It probably didn't perform as well as they were hoping it would. I don't get to choose this course because I am not in the lead. So we're going left apparently. To Greenland. which is obviously icy, because Greenland is ice, not green, because it's got the most stupid name ever. That is how Greenland is. Oh look. Slalom flags and Santa Claus just up in the sky, casually. Let's go to Spain, not Romania. But yeah, I have seen this game at Luton Airport, I believe. Kind of surprised me because it seems like a really obscure Sega game, but the airport had it. What's that? Oh look, Spanish bullfighters who are much bigger than I am, and bulls. Where shall we go? Shall we go Japan? Let's go to Japan. The wind physics. I love the random things and how far they fly ahead of you when you hit them. Which there's a hardware rotation flag to make them rotate 90 degrees as well. Which I think the only thing that uses is those objects. Because why not? Again, this is one of those cases where there's so many things that are just used in one place because the hardware could do it and they had no use for it, but they just said, let's use it there. It's like they're trying to make a tech demo for the hardware. They probably were. Look, ninjas. Random ninjas. Well, you know, why not? Why not have random ninjas? I'm not in the lead, so I don't get to choose. Although it's the final stage anyway, so there is no choice. Now, I remind everybody, I did put this on easy, so, you know, I'm not playing it well. I just gave myself an extra whole minute of play by adjusting the settings. Just so I could finish the course. So if I don't finish the course, that's extra embarrassing. Let's take the lead. Police escort. 280 Zap, yes, that or Night Driver were considerations. I don't know, David. I mean, it's definitely a Sega game. It's basically they've taken Outrunners and just rethemed it and added lots of stages. Not all the stages are unique themes. You do get the same country and different routes sometimes, but it is a different stage each time. So, am I the coolest rider? I am Sonic. Sonic. Tails. End. Apparently I am the coolest rider. Shall we give this one another credit? Let's give this one another credit because, you know, I do like this game for no good reason. Let's be Gloria. But yeah, the digitized sprites look completely out of place. Everything looks completely out of place in this game. But I think that's maybe the point. I mean, if you let the attract mode run, it's just as silly. Let's go straight ahead to New York. Now, very similar to the final stage before, because I think that is set in New York. But this takes us on a different route around the world. If I'm lucky and I stay in the lead, I get to choose the courses. If I'm not, well, we'll see where we end up. Let's go to Chicago. Now, again, a big city, so lots of skyscrapers. Now, let's say the sound emulation is not perfect. Lots of cars, because, you know, Chicago is known for the motor industry. So, cars going across. Got lots of basketballs because, again, Chicago's known for basketball. Yeah, they just looked up what places were known for and put lots of those things in each level, really, didn't they? I've not played Wild Riders. Let's go to the Rocky Mountain. That's one of the Naomi ones, isn't it, Nick? Again, I'm kind of waiting for Naomi to run properly in MAME before I really play those games too much. And that's an odd thing to say, but it's just what I do. And I've never seen it on original hardware either. The Rocky Mountains, of course, have bears and lots of fish and a Yeti and Mount Rushmore. I'm in the lead. San Francisco. Yeah, Naomi's an arcade Dreamcast, Frank. I mean, MAME just runs some of the games, but they're far too slow. It needs work. I'm sure we could make it 100%, or somebody could. It doesn't seem out of reach to me. But it requires, you know, somebody to actually do that. And it's not really my area of expertise. I tend to do the 2D stuff more. But yeah, I don't think any racing stream is complete without a bit of Cool Riders. Even if I put it on easy, so I can just show the stages. There's plenty of content to see, though. You know, you can play it multiple times, go different routes, and get the endings for each character. It's one of the more interesting ones to emulate because of the compressed sprite formats, which took a bit of figuring out. There we go. Is there a way to play Zone 60 on MAME Wii? Probably not, Martin. The Wii version of MAME is probably about 10-15 years old, and the Zone 60 stuff's only been emulated in the last couple of years. Can you get a whoop whoop? Maybe. Whoop whoop. Whoop whoop. Whoop whoop. Whoop whoop. Wild Riders might be Naomi too as well, yeah. Which doubled up the PowerVR chipset, if I believe. Or was it, did it double up the CPUs or the PowerVRs? I don't remember. Yeah, Sanchez. Outrun official alternate version. It feels like a weird hack, but yeah, that is the case. And yeah, Star Rider is a Laserdisc one, Carlo. That would be very impressive once it works. Obviously, Laserdiscs, they're in progress. We'll see where they go from there. So that was our arcade game. Right. Could go there, could go there. I'm tempted by a plug and play next, actually. So this is kind of arcadey, but not arcadey. This is the Miss Pac-Man 7-in-1 from Jack Specific, which contains pole position. Actually, just need to run it with a mouse, so there we go. So, pole position. Obviously, pole position is an arcade game, but this plug and play unit had a twisty joystick, so it's actually kind of funky in that sense, that it gives you analog style controls on a plug and play. So you can actually turn left and right quite significantly. You know, it's not just a joystick on and off. You can really push it on the corners and have good control, which you need for pole position. Also, this version of pole position is generally easier than the arcade. I say that and I crash into a car. It's a bit easier, so I kind of enjoy it for that reason. So it's one of the cases of a port of a game where I actually really enjoy the port, maybe more so than the arcade. even though technically it is inferior to the arcade. It is still a really good version of the game. Yeah, many games run at odd refresh rates. I mean, this is a home console game, a home computer game. What do you call it? A home plug and play game? I mean, it's a home game, so it's not like it will have a standard TV refresh rate. But yeah, the arcade games did tend to use very strange refresh rates. Now, I much prefer this over Final Lap and the like, which is technically, I guess, the sequels, because, well, yeah, you don't break, you just have to make sure you slow down in time, which I didn't there. I find this just plays better. I will have a look at Final Lap in a bit, actually, because I need to talk about Final Lap and see if a fix I made doesn't break anything, because the fix isn't entirely logical. Obviously, pole position is a classic. The arcade version, I mean, Tesla actually include MAME on some of their cars. I mean, they probably shouldn't have done, but they include a version of MAME with a hacked version of the arcade pole position. This is kind of, they didn't have permission from Namco to hack pole position. They didn't have permission from us to use the version of MAME they've used, but it was still on some of their cars. Somebody did extract that pole position version actually, but for some reason it was never officially added to MAME, although I kind of think it should be for historical relevance at this point. Yeah, about time. Game over. I'll give this another lap. Yeah, this plug and play is pretty good. The only real downside I would say is it's only got a 4-way joystick, so unless you modify it, you can't really play Bosconian that well. And they include like Bosconian and Xevious on these things, but Bosconian and Xevious do not play well with a 4-way joystick. You can't escape that. So I don't know why they wanted to include those games. Obviously, a 4-way joystick is great for Pac-Man, but not so much for those. And MAME doesn't emulate the limit of that yet, because you could modify the hardware to bypass the limit, so you can't just give people that option. Alert, alert. Yes, Frank. A plug and play with Galaxian 3. I don't think that's going to happen. Cow. I somehow find that to be a very unlikely scenario. Anyway, I'm not doing very well this time. Yeah, that's not a very good qualifying lap. Now playing really, really small. I don't know if there's an FPGA pole position in the works, Carlo. There probably is. I mean, the FPGA things for FPGA versions of most things these days. Although pole positions hardware is, I mean, it's a bit out there in terms of using it as a Z8000 CPU. It's not a common CPU, so there aren't going to be existing cores for it, at least the original. Anyway, this is a disastrous run on pole position. I apologise to anybody who knows how to play this game. I don't. Okay, let's not talk about that. Arcade. I mentioned Final Lap. Now, Final Lap, 1987, Namco. This is technically, I think, the first Namco System 2 game, although it does use the road layer, which isn't on all Namco System 2 boards. Did I? No, I didn't need a mouse. Let's try again. Now, this has always had a glitch in MAME on the title screen. Pole Position's unique hardware. It is impressive for 82. Now, I always find these messages funny. Up to 1 can race simultaneously. Yes, I will race simultaneously with nobody. That's because the pole position cabinets were always meant to be... The pole position final lap cabinets were always meant to be twin units, really. So MAME should probably emulate the link chip and only run them as twin units because they were never really meant to operate as individual boards. But anyway, that's not really what I'm showing here. Yeah, I don't like final lap either, Carlo. I think this is a massive downgrade from pole position. But anyway, the title screen, the final lap logo here, it needs 32 by 32 pixel sprites to make up the logo, except it doesn't enable the 32 by 32 pixel attribute in each of the sprite entries, which clearly exists because the games on Namco System 2 require it, but this game never enables it. So I don't know if, being the earliest Namco System 2 game, if somehow this version of the hardware didn't support that properly, or if there's a global flag to disable 16 by 16 support so they don't have to specify it, or if it's a protection thing, or if it doesn't work properly unless it's linked up. But I changed it to force 32 by 32 sprites when you're using pole position. Now, I do need to still test the game fully to make sure there are no cases in the game where it does need the 16 by 16 sprites. But unlike Final Lap 3, for example, it doesn't need it on the car. So I'll have to see. I mean, I don't know. I wanted a fix. I wanted this title screen to render properly, and that was the only fix I could find. There were no extra bits in the sprite RAM set to indicate any other behaviour, so it doesn't make much sense. But we'll coin this up. There are a few sound emulation issues, especially with the engine sound. So, what's that say? There we go. Nope. Okay, I need to remap the controls a little bit here. Shift gear, let's put it on Z. And let's try again. Now, this is one of those games, it's like pole position, very sensitive, but you can spin out so easily. It's almost meant to be a driving simulator rather than an arcade style game, I think. I mean, you hit the controls too fast, you will just spin. I mean, what's more surprising maybe to me is that you've got games like Final Lap R, which were mid-90s and haven't really deviated from the formula. They're still very basic. Look, that was spun out in the corner. They're still very basic. Okay, let me continue. Yeah, I've got to get the car back on track. See, I don't like this. I think this is a massive downgrade from pole position. I don't know why Namco didn't just make pole position sequels and stick to that. Again, any kind of steer too much and you'll spin out. Yes, there's the horrible engine noise that has never been fixed in MAME, where there's always this buzz in the background that I don't know what's... And then the corners go like that. And yeah, I don't like this game at all. Official result first. I think that's first versus the other player who doesn't exist. Alright, Red Hot Mackay, thank you for joining, and I'll see you soon. Yeah, I mean, this has got all the car licenses and everything else, but it's just not fun. I think maybe if the sound emulation was better, it'd be less annoying. But obviously, you know, this got ported to computers, consoles, handhelds, all sorts. It's one of Namco's big series, but yeah, I don't like it. I've never liked it. And that's not just because I'm bad at it. I just don't think it's yeah, a goodbye game. Right, with that out the way, let's be happy for a moment. Now, I was going to play a port of that game, but I can't bring myself to do it. Instead, let's go for the X68K version of Chase HQ. Road Rash for the Mega Drive is... no, I'm not playing Final Lap 2, cow. Road Rash for the Mega Drive is definitely one to consider. Yeah, maybe if you were a big F1 fan, GP, you'd really like that for the licenses and everything else. If you weren't, Turn this down a little bit. Then the way the graphics look is just ugly to me as well. I like the simplicity of pole position. I have never seen a network race driving, no, Chris. Now, Chase HQ. Music's pretty good. Let's see what options we've got. So, I can set my number of continuous start line time. Okay. It's loading from disk, Frank. I've not tried any C64 games recently, Crazy C. I don't know how well it would run. Many of them aren't soft listed. Yeah, there is a bit of a load time here, which looks like it's crashed, but it's not crashed, it's loading. There we go. Now, again, X68K is known for its fantastic arcade ports. This, oh, I've used the turbo already. This is not one of them. You've got very blocky cars. You've got a very blocky road. You've got no real sense of speed. Every speed seems the same, really. It's maybe slightly slower. But compared to, say, the Amstrad CPC version, which didn't run fast, but had the gameplay intact, this really doesn't have... See, that's my target car. You can't go ahead of it. You just stay a little bit behind it, and you ram it. Also, note, that car can drive through every other car on the track. You can't. So quite often you just look straight through the blue car. Now I use the turbo. I don't seem to be going any faster, but I use the turbo. I use the turbo again. I hit the other car. That went straight through. Low gear to speed up a little bit. Back to high gear. Again, it looks like I'm going at the same speed. Yeah, this isn't the best port of Chase HQ, is it? I mean, it does have hills. Okay, I'll go next. Run that time. Different music. No, use different street for that car. I run that time. Let's try again. Low gear. Now the damage is gone, but I do start close to the other car. For better or worse. There we go. Well, I have no turbos left, so now all I can do is sort of drive behind it slowly and hope I hit it a few times. Because your turbos don't restore and continue. Yeah, it's and the tunnels really slow things down. And again, it drove straight through that car and I couldn't. And that's not the enemy car. Again, I'm running out of time. Now, I can complete this level. I have done it before. Yeah, I mean, I don't like Radmobile and Rad Rally for a similar reason, in the sense that cars can drive through other cars and you can't. It's a really annoying thing to put in a driving game, any driving game. Especially one where you're trying to, you know, get close into a car, like this. Also, again, I have no turbo, so I continued. So all I can do... You can't overtake the car at all. You can't get ahead of it like you can in a proper Chase HQ game. There are no jumps like in a proper Chase HQ game. It's a really bad port. Priorities questionable. Again, I want to get close to the car, but I know I'll just hit the other car, so... No. One more hit, one more hit, one more hit. It has Nancy, but you know, it does say Nancy before the race, but it's not as impressive as the proper arcade. Now I know I can do this car. I've got to the 3rd level in this when I was testing it earlier. Again, you've positioned yourself. Oh, Raster effects broke a little bit. I'm not sure what happened there, but I'll take it. I think it glitched out. So you hear it say Nancy just briefly there, but it doesn't show much. And it loads of it here. Glad to see they put a Chase HQ to the 2600. There is a 2600 game I might play in a bit, but MAME's blurring of frames makes it look kind of bad. But yeah. Again, very similar, just slightly changed graphics. But yeah. So the X68K did a great job of sort of Z80 based games and 68K based games that used simple tire maps and sprites. You know, platforms that weren't actually that powerful, like the CPS, the ports are really good, but when it came to things that required road layers, it wasn't great. I mean, the Super Hang-On port is much better, but a few bug fixes are needed still for some of the colours, the background colours. I've got my turbos back now at least. Turbos just don't seem to make you go any faster though. It's like, turbo, make me fast, make me fast. Now, I'm probably going to give you the FM Towns version of Chase HQ straight after this for a comparison. There you go, that's how you do a stage properly. Yeah, it's a very clear split. You don't get the proper windscreens between the stages either, it just moves on to the next stage. So yeah, that's the X68K version of Chase HQ. It's not the best port. I said I'd look at the Marty port, so here's the Marty port. Cheater? Who's cheating, Carlo? Now, this port gets talked up a lot, but I'm not that fond of it. Pardon me. Again, this had a recent bug fix for the sound. Yeah, Bob, I'm on the topper tree at the moment. Now, obviously, it looks a lot better. It's a lot smoother. The raster effects aren't quite right. There are a few bad lines in places still, but it's not bad. That split is intentional. That's that. You know, it can't draw two roads, so it does it like an interlace effect. But one of the issues you notice with this game almost immediately is there are no hills. The entire course is flat. It's got curves, but there are no hills. And that kind of takes a lot away from Chase HQ, because a lot of the original Chase HQ is, you know, jumping, you know, going over the jumps and the thrill of that. And this is just flat. Now, it's not a bad port, but it's not a perfect port. It's obviously much better than the X68K version. And it's much better than, say, the Amiga version, which was a dreadful port. I'd probably still rather play the CPC version, even though it's got a bad frame rate, because it has more of the actual arcade game elements in it. Yeah, it should have, unless it's loading old config files, Bob. Because I might have to clear out the config files in a few games, because this is kind of a folder for streaming where I've updated the support files and the executable, but not cleared out my configs in a while. Hey, our name. Thank you for joining. But yeah, this is where you can see the raster effect is slightly off here. There's a line in the middle of the screen. But if you fix this, then it's worse on the first stage. So there's probably some slight timing issue overall, or something else going on. However, it's a lot better than it was, and even different versions of the original hardware have problems with the raster splits. I mean, the original, if you play this on an original Marty, in fact, it's got a really bad split, but on a proper FM Towns, it doesn't. I don't really know why. That doesn't make sense to me, but that is how it is. So MAME is actually emulating this a bit too well for the Marty. But not as well as the proper FM Towns. An odd situation. Use my turbo this time. This is also quite an easy version compared to some of the others as well. I think maybe the lack of hills makes it far easier to control your car, because you're not flying off over hills and crashing into barriers. You've only got to worry about corners. And the combination of turbos and hills in the original game make it quite difficult to control. Yeah, it's one line off in places, but if you adjust that line, other places are 2 lines off Kale, so there's no obvious fix. I did have a look at it. You know, if you adjust that line, then this one ends up with a split instead. It's a bit of a mess. Then if you look at original Marty hardware versions, hardware videos, it's like 4 lines off, whereas FM Towns videos, original FM Towns, are perfect. And I can't even explain that. Yeah, it's a playable port, it's a fast port, it just lacks a certain key element to the arcade, which is a shame. And obviously I'm not especially good at it, like most games. Got a nice soundtrack from the CD though. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna run out of time, I think. Yeah, okay, run out of time. Yeah, it's not perfect. I think we're spoiled these days with having the arcade emulation available. I mean, if you couldn't play the arcade version and you didn't have, and you wanted a fast frame rate, then this is a good version to go for. If you want more of the arcade gameplay but a really bad frame rate, then the CPC version is still the one I'd recommend. But this is a competent port. It's much better than, say, the ports of Full Throttle, which I might look at in a bit, for the X68K, that is. But yeah, Nancy's nice and talkative. That might, I don't know if that's PCM or CD audio. It's probably PCM. But yeah, it's a playable and enjoyable port. It's just not perfect. But maybe, you know, you can't expect it to be perfect. Right, where we go next? I'm going to go for an obscure one. American Speedway from Engadine Technologies in '87. So, yeah, this was '87. This does not look or feel like an '87 game. We'll play it. A bit loud. Hey, there you go. So this is obviously, you know, your Super Sprint clone. But this one looks a lot more like a home computer game. They're very basic T icons for pickups. Don't go on the oil because that's a bad thing. This kind of reminds me of the Codemasters, like BMX simulators, in terms of the simplicity of it, but a bit faster. For some reason, BMX simulator is not on my list. It probably should have been. Maybe next time. I keep running over this oil patch. I think I won the race without trying. I think I was pushed across the finish line. But this is probably one of the games like this that gets overlooked just because, you know, it's an unknown manufacturer. But it does play pretty well. And it plays alright on keyboard as well. Unlike a lot of them that you don't really feel in control of. Good sense of speed too. You know, you do move along at a fair rate. Yeah, it very much feels like a Leland game, Carlo. I felt exactly the same thing when I played it. It does feel like a sort of precursor to Super Off-Road and the like. The presentation is very similar. But it's enjoyable. And it's not one I've ever spent that much time with myself, playing myself either. Again, I always overlooked it. But you know what? It's not terrible. And not terrible on my streams is usually a good thing. Yeah, Redline Racer was the one I was thinking of. Redline Racer was also on the list of potential games to play. So it's like a knockoff of a game from a company that was never that popular in the first place. Unless there's more to the story of this. Like a genuine connection between the two, but... You get your money's worth though. If you insert the credit on this and you know you've lasted this long, you're doing well. So American. It probably... I'm guessing it is an American development. I mean, I don't know anything about the company, but it seems to be, and I would guess it is. If anything, it's too easy though. I mean, obviously I'm not in the lead right now. It's not got all the buy-in features from what I can tell that the Leland games have, which is a positive, because that just annoys me. I should probably look at Sega's Hot Rod at some time too, but I don't know if that's going to fit this stream. I've got Amstrad's CPC game up next, I think. I want to play one before the end of the stream at least. Sorry, Red Car Driver, you were close. Insert going to continue. So, you know, you lose, you lose. That presentation is so American quiz game, isn't it? But this American Speedway, which, you know, it was kind of fun. Amstrad CPC. This one is not yet in the soft list. This is a development from last year. And this is also the source for this game is available. This was a competition game. This is called Fire Tire. So considering that this was made with, you know, an Amstrad CPC game competition in mind, it's not a commercial release. So keep that in mind. This is version 4 of the game. There have been like 4 public releases, and much to the author's credit, the author has kept all the old versions of the game available on their website, which I think is one of the most important things you can do these days, because there's so much new software being released where the old versions just get lost. The website was listed on the screen there. You can download this game for free. So it's No Frills Racing Game V4. Nice little tune. So this was made in a week, and then fine-tuned afterwards. The frame rate's not the best. Notice how on this version your car stays in the middle of the screen. The original entry version for the competition did... I should put myself in high gear as well. The original competition entry did not stick you in the middle of the screen. Now you can change that in this version, but I'm probably going to play the older version afterwards just for comparison's sake. Because again, I appreciate the fact the author makes the older version available, so I want to sort of embrace that by playing the older version, which I could download just as easily as this version. Put down the vodka. Now, I grew up with an Amstrad CPC 464, so anything on the CPC 464 is nostalgic to me, even if it's a new development like this one from last year. There's still at least half the bottle of vodka left, Zach. But yeah, let's say this is a simple, enjoyable game. I mean, I know Zypho loves this one and thinks it should have won the competition. To me, I don't think it should have won the competition. I think the game that won was better. It's not racing in it, so I can't play it. This is a competent racer though, but again, it's flat and the frame rate's not great. If you want, you know, there are better CPC racing games. WC Le Mans and Burning Rubber for the Plus machines are better games. But for a game that was programmed in a week, for a competition, you know, you can't complain about this one. It is a fun little game. As it describes itself, no frills racer. Decent soundtrack. Yeah, you know, if you want an enjoyable game from a competition, and you want to see the value of like these retro competitions for the CPC and other platforms, you've only got to look at games like this and see that people are producing, you know, enjoyable titles in short spaces of time, and it's really competitive. At least like the top 10 entries every year are all fantastic games, and it's hard to split them. Discord group show of hands. I think you might be the only one left, Zach, apart from me. I mean, I don't even have my own Discord. People say I should have, but it's something else to manage, isn't it? But yeah, I'm gonna, once I run out of time on this one, which might be soon. 3, 2, oh. I might have been let off there. I was going to say once I run out of time, I'll load up version 1. Because it's notable in the difference, you know, of the original design for the game. And honestly, I don't know which I prefer. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, game over. Yeah, there are far worse commercial games on the CPC are now. Oh, I'm still racing now. I just have no time though. So when I cross the finish line, I think I'm soon. There we go. Well done, new top score. So this is C&G Soft for the competition entry. I have not seen Bobby from the NES competition. Bob, did you make... Oh, Bobble. Did you make Bobble Bob? Or is it just named like Bob? It's one I will check. Anyway, this is Fire Tire version 1. Oh, hey Jake. Thank you for joining. Yeah, that's some funky music. I do love the AY tunes. Oops. So let's load version 1. This is the original release. I think this is the one that was actually submitted to the competition. So it looks similar. Well, it wasn't you. So yeah. Now, the main thing to notice here is that you are not centered on the screen. In this version, the road remains centered. You move across the screen. So it does change how it plays. Now, so you can enable this option on the newer version too. But I think it's interesting that you can study how the game developed, and as I say, the old versions are available on the site, so you can download the source code to this version, you can download the source code to the new version, and you can see how it changed, how it was fixed, how the new features were implemented. And obviously there are another 2 versions between this that fixed other little issues. But I just wanted to briefly put on the original competition version. The top speed is low on this version too. The top speed is 180 on this, and it went up to 200 and something on the later version. So it's got good pedigree, Bob. The Amstrad wasn't a terrible platform, Carlo, if you knew how to program it. So it's one I grew up with, and I still need to play more Islands of Dr. Destructor on a stream. Probably do another shooter stream actually, comparing it to the arcade Two Tigers. Anyway, you see the difference here. You move from side to side, the road doesn't. And it just changed how it plays. Anyway, let's quit that because you've seen Fire Tie now. And we'll find another arcade game to play. Right. 280 Zap was suggested, and I think 280 Zap is a decent suggestion. Now, we're going back to 1976 here. This is before I was born. This is old. This is very, very old. So, what are the inputs? Actually, I should have done this with mouse support. So, yeah. Gear shift is that. Or, okay. Okay, so I need that button. So now, say we're in 76 now. It tells you how fast you can take the corners. It tells you how fast you're going. But this is fast and smooth and enjoyable, and you know, for a game from 76, this holds up really, really well. I managed to play this one for a good half hour, just trying to better my own times, and it, considering the technology that was around, now I'll probably play another very basic old game after this one, before moving on to console stuff, and then I'll probably play some basic computer games too. I feel we've entered the very simple old game stage of the stream. And I'm going too fast. Apparently zonk is what sound a car makes when it crashes. I set a new record. Yeah, night racing, because if you're doing a game that's set at night, you've got far less to draw. So this hardware, I mean, this is a 2 megahertz 8080. This is the predecessor to like every Intel chip. It's before the 186. It's before the, you know, it's before any of those. This is a really simple, basic old Intel chip running at 2 megahertz. The fact it's only got to draw these lines at the side of the road and the text means it can get a good performance without much processing power. So you did see this technique used a lot in really early games because it just allowed them to do more. So naturally it's going to be at night because they can't render anything more than night time. They just can just render these markers at the side of the road. And that's your 76 technology for you. For 70, I mean, in 76 this would have blown you away. If you look at some of the other games that were released in 76, they don't compare to this at all. And this is one of those that's benefited from recent sound emulation improvements in MAME. I mean, all the sound effects here you hear are done with discrete circuitry. There was no dedicated sound chip. And again, this sounds really good compared to how it did in much older versions of MAME, or even versions of MAME from like 2 years ago. It's been improved massively. Now I'm playing this on mouse and keyboard. Mouse for the steering, keyboard for the gears and acceleration. Now I have managed to get Overtake on this several times before, There's a video on my channel of this when the sound was improved, but I play it a bit better than I'm playing it now. It takes practice, and you have to look at the... you have to try and match the speed it says for the curves, not go over it, not go under it. And again, I've not really done that well this time. But it's not boob racing. Look, Pong is not a racing game. There's Pong, it is not a racing game, okay? Look, nobody's racing anything, it's Pong. It has no CPU, it's entirely netlist. It's like the audio in that game we just looked at, the racing game, but yeah. Right, I said we were sticking with old games. What other old game was I going to go? Now. Speed Freak. This is one of the vector games. This used a vector monitor, so keep that in mind. Also, and also I should probably use the mouse. Yeah, I need to configure the mouse. Dark Souls is your favourite racing game. I'm not playing Dark Souls on this stream. No, that's not what I want. No, let's just do it that way. So here we go, another early racing game. I configured this incorrectly, didn't I? Yes, I did. Let's try again. This is not how you drive. This used a vector monitor, so you know this was lines on the screen, not anything. Yeah, I need that to be the mouse button. Okay. So just working out what I want my controls to be. So yeah, this was like Asteroids and the original Star Wars, in the sense that it's not a raster display. If you've ever seen a Vectrex console, very similar. Also, if you've ever seen anybody drive, it probably wasn't like this. I think that was a cow at the side of the road. Maybe. You still hear a cow? I can't crash into you. It's not hard driving. The sandwich you're eating right now is your favourite racing. I cannot emulate the sandwich you're eating right now, Bob. I would have to extract its DNA and probably decap it, and then I'd probably eat what was inside it and not give it back to you, because I could do with a sandwich right now. That looks like a t-shirt at the side of the road. I will not do that. This is a little too sensitive on the controls, I have to say. Also, there's a video of this on my channel where I play it much better. I did want to talk about the fact that you get to the roadblocks and you seem to end up crashing into nothing. But I suppose instead it looks like I'm just crashing into everything, because I am. Because you know, the inputs are way too sensitive right now. Also, the gear shifter is MAME rendering it, not the original game. Again, we're 70s here. This is Vector Beam, who will become Cinematronics, who would also do Vector games, and then some terrible raster games that weren't popular, and then vanish because they got left behind. See, these roadblocks, I think you have to go slow. If you go fast, even if you're not next to them, they catch you. Maybe that's the idea. I don't really know. It feels like a collision bug. Hey, I've not crashed in a while. I crashed. Oh, my cam froze again. Okay. Yeah, that happens sometimes. And then I go video capture device, deactivate, activate. There we go. Hopefully that wasn't frozen for too long. It's a USB issue, I think. Unfortunately. If the USB drops out, then the microphone and cam drop out and it doesn't fix the cam until I manually restore it. That is one of the issues with having like the PC on the opposite side of the room with extensions on the USB. I didn't hear the sound drop out this time though, which is surprising. Yeah, there were worse posers. So yeah, I feel like there might be some emulation issues here, but I don't know for sure. This is a very rare game. Everything from the 70s at this point is a very rare game. But I think you've seen enough of that, haven't you? So, from old arcade games, I think we should go for just as old computer games. Now, does anybody remember the Tandy TRS-80 colour computer? Because I sure don't. But MAME does run it, and there's a game, again, this is one I had to add to the soft list myself because it's not in the soft list officially. And I have to type load M. Not that. This should load off disk. No. Maybe it's that. That sounds better. I've never seen the system as a kid, Bob, so I don't think we had it. I was trying to run this on the wrong system at first. I was trying to run this on the original TRS-80, not the colour computer, and that didn't work at all. So there we go. So yeah, this is an old system. This game's from '84, but the hardware is old. So low gear, high gear. This is the Intra-Colour Grand Prix. And the corners come up very quickly, and I crashed. Low gear again. High gear. So yeah, this is one of two Coco games I'm probably going to look at. I'll probably batch them together because they're both quite primitive, and I'm probably not going to spend too long on either because this is the game. It runs on very simple hardware. I don't remember seeing it in the store as well, but it might be a bit before my time. I mean, I don't remember anything before the Spectrum, and this is more primitive than the Spectrum. There were Radio Shack stores. Did they have these computers, Mo? I mean, I don't know. Again, I was born in '81, so a lot of the '80s, I didn't get to, you know, if nobody had the systems, I didn't get to see them. And I think most people had upgraded from something like this. Again, though, it's impressive for the hardware it runs on. And again, we need somebody to add this type of thing to the software list, because yeah, you know, I had to search this down myself, and I'm not even sure it's an original disc because I found the manual and it's got different loading instructions. It says it will auto load. You don't have to type exec, but on this version I did. But they need listing with notes so that people know what they've got to look for. I should have not looked away from the screen then. But you know, it is kind of impressive. It's got cars, it's got a road. But yeah, I mean the hardware we're talking about here is from like what, 1980. You've got a Tandy 1000 and a TRS 80 Model 100. Yeah, I was looking at the Model 100, but I don't think there are any racing games fit for this stream, unfortunately. And racing games tend to be quite demanding, at least ones have perspective. And the older systems, they're not really made for it. Yeah, the C64 had better racing games at the time, but if you didn't own a C64, then you know. I mean, even the CPC's got some early racing games that are really good. But yeah, okay, so anyway, that is a Grand Prix race. I'm going to look at another Coco game briefly. So they're only short games, so I think doing two of them makes sense. What was the file name on this one? Tandy wasn't a great company to work for. Alright, thank you for joining, Zach. Good to see you. Take care. And yeah, it is 10 o'clock, so good night. Sleep well. I'll see you soon, I hope. Yeah, unfortunately, I am 40, Ben. It is my age. You were the last. Did you enjoy it, Chris, or did you just persevere with it? This is Speed Racer. I don't think it's anything to do with the Speed Racer, show. There we go. So, nice animation on the front of the tyres. The tyres don't rotate. A bit of a different view here. Now you auto accelerate to a certain point, after which you have to hold down up. But again, for the hardware this is running on, this is an impressive road effect. Frame rate's not perfect, but you can't expect much more. Does MAME play the PMD85 computer? I don't know, T-Dog. It's not one I've looked into. And my car falls into little pieces. I like that effect. This has a certain visual style to it. I mean, the way they've made the mouse display have that shadow effect. It makes it stand out. They've really gone for style on the presentation here, which I kind of appreciate for an early game. It's got cars past like your classic Turbo and the like, and Monaco GP. Frame rate is a bit jumpy, but not bad actually considering what it's doing. The Pac-Man game on there has gravestones. That's a bit sinister. Alright, Ben, take care as well. Good night. I'll see you another day. Thank you for joining. Okay. I'm just glad the stream is holding up really, because the heat issues I had with the PC recently. I'm not going to look at what the temperature is running at right now. But yeah, Speed Race for the Coco, call the computer, TRS-80 Coco. It's an enjoyable little game that I hadn't seen until today. I found this one researching for the stream because I wanted to throw some games in for systems that I wasn't so familiar with. And that's the thing with MAME, you can find a lot of games that do run, a lot of games that don't. I mean, I've had a nightmare trying to find games that do run for racing games, because so many of them don't. There was a whole bunch of like Atari 800 XL games that I wanted to run, where they seem to just crash on startup or have severe graphical issues. Racing games, they can be quite demanding, and so if MAME's emulation isn't up to scratch on the system, they tend not to work. But argue better than the pole position sequel. I have not played the PC remake of Monaco GP, Stephen. When was that from? No, it doesn't look much like the anime. I mean, I've been tempted to put the Speed Racer plug and play game on the stream, but I did play it on another stream. Yeah, I get what you're saying there, Bob. It does sound like baseball cards on bicycle spokes, doesn't it? Not really a car engine, but it's primitive hardware. And, you know, for the time it was released, I can't really complain. I mean, if you had that system, you would probably enjoyed that game. But you know what? It is now time for another arcade game. Now, the question is, do I put a good game on or do I put a bad game on? That's always... Oh, dear, this shouldn't be such a difficult decision. I'm going to put... is it a racing game? I don't know if it's a racing game. As Big Clive would say, one moment, please. This is Stocker. Drive all the way from coast to coast by Balley-Sente in 1984. Probably the 8486 cow, although it's not going to run very fast. So this is a flip screen coast to coast racing game. I mean, it's a racing game, kind of. Or the AT, I'm not sure. I think they're the most powerful machines you can sort of install Windows on. I've not done it for a while though. There are guides on banister.org for installing DOS and Windows on the machines, and if you can get like Windows 95 installed, you can usually run a really old version of MAME. Not very well, because I think the default clock on those is about 25 megahertz. Additional support will matter. That means nothing to me, Santeri. Yeah, for some reason the gear is not a toggle on this. It's set to a button you have to hold down. I don't know if that's correct or not. But yeah, you race from screen to screen. That's that question mark. This route might go somewhere completely different. So again, you sort of have to learn the routes, and then you have to avoid the police cars. And it's not your traditional racing game for sure. If you get caught by the cars, the police cars, you get a ticket. So I think that was a long cut, not a shortcut. Also, you know, you can crash through the trees to take a shortcut, but it costs you fuel, so you might not necessarily want to. Oh dear, I got a ticket. So I'm not going to lie, I don't understand this game in the slightest. I appear to be going the wrong way down a one-way street, but yeah. It is a race of sorts. I feel like I'm going back the wrong way where I came from. Super dead heat, Carlo. Taito like Hot Rod, 4 players. Because it's the one everybody always told me I played Hot Rod when I said I remember playing the game. But it wasn't Hot Rod, it was Super Dead Heat. Ah, the last V8. The last V8, which sort of gives you a third of the screen to play, maybe a quarter of the screen. Yes. The last V8 was also on a number of other systems, including the CPC. It's one of those games where if you know how to play it, it lasts 4 minutes. If you don't know how to play it, it lasts forever. Unfortunately, again, C64 is not one that's well covered in the MAME soft list, so a lot of stuff I don't test. But yeah, for an arcade game, this seems a bit freeform. I mean, it's not really clear to a player necessarily what they're meant to do. I mean, it says gas there. I guess I can drive in the gas station and get more gas. Maybe. Although, How do I stop? I just drive over it. So do I just drive over that and take a shortcut? That's fine. Maybe, possibly. Arcade games tend to need to explain themselves a little bit more than this one does. I think Lord BBH knows how to play this one quite well, actually. From memory, I think I've seen him sort of clear it. But once you know the route, you know the shortcuts you can take, I guess it's not too bad. Again, for an arcade game, the structure here is odd. So, yeah, you just drive over to get more fuel, more gas. Obviously, you have to know what the next screen's got, because otherwise you crash into trees. And police cars, twice. So I could have probably taken a shortcut there through the gap in the trees if I'd anticipated it. I'll take a shortcut here. Desperately running out of fuel though. Oops. That wasn't clever. Gonna run out of fuel. Yeah. It's Texas. Yes, it is Texas. And I've got stuck in the desert in Texas. Well, my score is... Well, I lost a lot of points for tickets, didn't I? Although I still came third in the high score table. So, you know, I could enter my name as Cow. Because, you know, I'm now impersonating Cow. But moo. I made it in New Mexico. Yes. Anyway, I'm not actually Cow. I just decided to enter my name as Cow. Last V8, yeah, last V8. Actually, the last V8. Okay, last V8 is a Codemasters game. And Codemasters, you know, for a while, they were known as a really good company for racing games. So looking at their early stuff is kind of interesting. I mean, I don't think they're going to be a good company going forward because EA bought them, and that is sort of the end for most companies. But let's have a look at 750cc. On the Spectrum. Again, I'm going to have to turn down the sound here because loading sounds. This is an early Codemasters game. Well, early? Moo. Stock was ported to the C64. I did not know that, Stephen. That surprises me. Now, on a technical level, this Spectrum game really impresses me. It's a nice loading screen too. The program was by Linden Sharp Wasp. Again, we've got a nice 8-minute loading time if you've got the original hardware. I'm speeding through it a little bit here. Yeah, I mean, Codemasters is some fantastic game. Dirt 2 will always be one of my absolute favourites. But EA is not good news for most companies. And, you know, they've already sort of shown that the next F1 game's got, like, FIFA team features in it, which is like, no, don't want that. You ruined it already. Now, let's slow things down a bit. Let's turn the music back. Nice AY tune here. Some good effects on the screen. Up, down, right, left. Fire, pause. More like death, you are correct. $1991. So fairly late for a Spectrum game, but yeah. You've got to consider the hardware rather than the year of release here. So this is a 1 mile circuit. It's 33 feet wide, and it's tarmacadam. So let's race. But the thing that impressed me with this one is it's got this tilt. Now, This is the only 8-bit racing game I know of that tilts the screen as you rotate. It does look a bit like it's corrupting the graphics, because it's a really sort of cheap way of doing it, which doesn't impact performance too much. But it is still really impressive. I mean, I don't know about the game itself. It's a fairly standard racer. But the visual effect they've got going on here for Spectrum is really, really impressive. So, you know, full credit to the program for pulling this off. They're on Dirt 5 now. I've really not been keeping track. So I don't know actually how you pit in. I mean, I don't think driving on the... So I don't know much about this game. I was trying to pit, and obviously I failed to pit, but I was just impressed by the visual aspect, you know, the way it tilts the screen like this. I mean, you don't even see this in that many arcade games. I did look at like GP Racer really, where it tilted the background, and Boogie Boy has a slight tilt on some corners. It's noticeable more on the full version, not the single screen version. But for a Spectrum game, you don't expect this. And I didn't own this back in the day. But yeah, I'm kind of impressed by it. And it's fast too. The sprites might be small, it might be in 2 colours, 3 colours. You want me to put on Hot Rod by Sega next, Chris? I think I'll do that. Pardon me. Maybe I have to stop to pit in, I really don't know. I mean, we are on 3.5 hours now. These streams are usually 3 hours long, but yeah, I'll do some Hot Rod by Sega next. Yeah, I mean, even in modern developments, I've not seen any racing games that do this kind of tilt effect. And to me, that's kind of more impressive than just going by the numbers but perform as well game. You're trying to do something different. And it might be pushing the system a little bit too hard beyond what it can really do. Yeah, TX1's an impressive one, Stephen. I failed to qualify. Anyway, you know, 750cc Grand Prix by Codemasters. I'm not going to spend too long on it because I guess people aren't going to be too entertained by it, but one I never got to play back in the day, but I've since found and enjoyed. The Amstrad CPC version of this is very, very different. But good music. Okay, so Hot Rod. Are we going with the Turbo version? Because they're basically different games. Hot Rod Turbo, the 3-player version, or just Hot Rod. I'll go with the Japanese version that's slower paced. Also supports 4 players. Hot Rod Turbo just gives you like loads of powers by default, makes it a lot faster. The Japanese version of Hot Rod is slower. So Sega System 24. But yeah, TX1 is a very impressive game. I hope Phil submits the code for the updated version soon. A lot of Phil's stuff seems to be falling into a black hole at the moment. He has not yet submitted the loopy progress either, unfortunately, which I was hoping to see. So Hot Rod uses a floppy disk to store a lot of content. There is still this graphical glitch in the track mode there, where the car is where should not be there, but is there on the right hand side of the screen. The System 24 emulation does still need work, to be fair. I know Final Burn have recently added System 24 for Final Burn, so maybe that will spur on some research. I do know there's some obvious bug fixes that can be made. System 24 tower maps, though, are shared by other things like Model 2, so you have to consider that, although I think the Sprite system is unique. So this is the original Hot Rod, the Japanese version, the non-turbo version. The version for 4 players, if you have 4 players. Obviously, there is just me, not 4 of me. So, no 4-player support. So you don't start with the power-ups in this version, you start off quite slow. But it's a medium resolution game, so it's got nice graphics. You can't cheat, you can't just drive over the corner there, as I just demonstrated, because I thought it was worth demonstrating. You do slip around a bit on the corners. You have to avoid the hazards. So it's a bit like a scrolling super sprint. There we go. But yeah, this is one of those that a lot of people are asking for before it got emulated. This also had a port to the Amstrad CPC, surprisingly, although that's a very slow port. I smoked those punks indeed, Bob. The Fantasy Zone shop music. I can get the bumper or I can get the front engine. Let's get the front. Can I afford the front engine? Yeah, okay, there we go. Indeed. Keyboard skills. This doesn't play too badly on keyboard, to be fair. And you can go straight through the cars, which, you know, makes it a bit easier. But that wasn't very clever, was it? I'll run this way. Don't know where you're going. You're going to beat me. Yeah, that's ice stuff. Yes, it's water. It's got ice physics anyway. It's slippy. Need to get ahead. Need to beat you. Oh dear. MD Super Hang. What was the first game with that music? Was it Fantasy Zone? Because that's why I associate that music with. But not instant game over. But I don't have many credits to do anything with. So I can get a speed tire. I think it was Fantasy Zone 2. I mean, the thing is, I know from like Super Fantasy Zone, the Mega Drive one, but I think it must have been Fantasy Zone. But it is a classic little piece of music, isn't it? Can I get the power up? Oh, no, I missed the power up. Missed it again. Yeah, I like System 24. I know it's a kind of odd system where they were going for the whole disc thing, and as such, there's not that much content in the games. But the medium resolution look stands out. And some of the game ideas are creative. Game Ground, Bonanza Brothers, even this to the point. It seemed like, you know, they could spend their money on other things than the hardware if it was on a floppy disk. I'm not sure. So I guess that's turning radial tire. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know. I mean, I didn't know it was in Hang-On, Bob. I don't associate this with Hang-On at all, that music, but maybe that's just because I've not played the Mega Drive Hang-On that much with the shop. Mega Drive Hang-On isn't even in my list. Maybe it should have been. Now suddenly I feel a lot slower. I probably picked the wrong power up. I feel like I have made poor choices in my shopping. So yeah, this is where you can sort of try and take the shortcuts. Or at least get the power-ups. There we go, you see I've got ahead of 2 of them at least. So there you go, I didn't finish last. Turbo Outrun I had it too. And I played a lot of Turbo Outrun and it doesn't click with me. But it is a classic Sega tune, yes. Spike tire. I guess that's grip, is it? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, So they're not really traditional arcade games. Crackdown as well is like it's not what you expect from an arcade game. It requires thinking. I should put another System 24 game after this actually. One that maybe doesn't. I think I played it before. Oh well, this credit's probably going to end soon because I've messed up this track. Is that a shortcut here? Can I just go across it? Yeah, I can probably go across here, can't I? Haha. Oh. Empty. Ran out of gas. That's not good. So yeah. I like the little people running around as well. You know, extra little touches like that. Scramble Spirit's also not your traditional shooter because it's got the whole bombing section. Yeah, I failed. Pardon me. Anyway, for reference, Hot Rod Turbo, which is the 3-player version for export markets, is much faster. See how fast I start on this version. I'm not going to play much of it. Look, I've got like fast speed from the start. I'm almost off the screen. They clearly realised that outside of Japan, people wanted fast-paced races. And it's interesting because I don't think there's a turbo version for Japan, and I don't think there's a non-turbo version outside of Japan. So this was almost a regional thing, that they made it faster for non-Japanese markets. Now it feels more like micro machines. But anyway, that's not the focus of this thing. I've lost my train of thought. Where was I going to go after this? That was arcade. I was going to go back to home systems. Okay. I did mention I played this one. American Trucker on the Sharp X1. Now, I think I'm going to have to pause this. Slider controls. Slider controls. Horizontal stretch. Horizontal position. Horizontal stretch. Vertical stretch. More that way. That seems like a good idea. Crackdown is a great game. I still need to fix some visual issues in that with the radar, which I was going to look into a few months ago and then somehow got distracted. Like so often happens. So, American Trucker. Again, we've got this silly thing with them. Yeah, if you've got the slider control menu open, you press tidal, it messes up. Get confused. So there's going to be one player, which is me. How are you? Mess. Mess doesn't exist anymore. So this feels like sort of Road Fighter, but you're in a big truck. And you actually have to do things. So, and everything is just going off the track like that. Yeah, my big truck. This is Euro Truck American Truck Simulator, ramming everything off the road without caring edition. And I don't really... It's not really a racing game, is it? But you're going fast, so I'm counting it. Yeah. Okay, go through that. Yes, there is a small play area. The X1 is not the most powerful of machines, to be fair. So I don't really understand this game. I had not played this game before today, but I just like the chaos. Now, this is alerting me to the fact that I've got to go down this road, I think, maybe. It does sort of give you these messages, which apparently are important. Oh, what am I doing? I'll go down this road. I should have probably played this after Road Fighter, shouldn't I? Honestly, I don't know anything about this game, but I completed the order. Bumping Buggles. I've not played that one, Stephen. This is how you play Truck Simulator. I think this is how everybody plays Truck Simulator. You take off the limiter. This is how you drive a truck, isn't it? I mean, now I'm probably never going to get a job driving a truck, even if I get a driving license. Oh. I don't know why the speed display seems to be corrupt, but that is just how the game is, at least in MAME. But that might be an emulation glitch. But you know, Sharp X1, it's a platform I've not really covered much, so why not? Fire up the Sharp X1. In fact, I'm probably going to cover another really obscure system next, rather than going straight back to arcades. But you know, we're 3 hours 40 minutes into the stream, and I should have paid attention to something. You learn to drive in American Pro Trucker, not 18-wheeler from Sega, which unfortunately doesn't run in MAME because it's a Naomi game. So this is telling me to, go to the side and read the messages. See, I think I did something wrong because I died and failed. It works better in X1 Turbo 40. Is it working? Is it too fast in this driver, Kale? Or is that you're talking about the speedometer thing here? Because I looked up some videos and they look the same as this, but I think this is just people playing it in the X1 drive in MAME without really knowing what's what. But, shall I try that? You say X1 Turbo 40. Let's have a look at the X1 Turbo 40 then. Oh. Again, I'm going to have to adjust the screen size. I don't like how some of these default to really off center. Slider controls. Also, I don't like the fact this covers so much of this display. You can't really even see what you're adjusting, but gripes are gripes. Lower. So this, it looks about the same in the X140 Turbo to me. I don't know. It doesn't affect the playability. I mean, maybe it's just how the game is. I can't really rule that out. But it does look like the last digit is broken. Well, I know nothing about the X1 hardware, so it could be a regression. It could always have been there. Very odd game. But it's got that level of chaos that you sort of just want to enjoy and chill out to. I mean, I don't know if this is genuinely how Japan thinks American truckers drive. But it's sort of crazy taxi level of trucker. I'm assuming I actually meant to go down that lane to get the item. Oops. I should pay attention. Anyway, that is American Truck on the X1. Shall we stick with... Yeah, I'm going to stick with consoles for the time being. And go with... one that wasn't in the software list originally that I had to add for the stream. MTB on the PlayStation. Again, I hope the controls hold up for this. Are they configured for Japanese? Maybe. It looks like I did configure them in some way. Yeah, same with computers. This is by Sammy. A lot of Amstrad CPC games abuse the CRTC as well. A lot of them don't really work. Hold on. Why is Casper's message being censored? Yeah, 18-wheeler on Naomi is the one I was thinking of. That was also on the Dreamcast.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Oh yeah.
Whatever. I think we need CD sounds as well as disc sounds.
Oh yeah.
Also,
Oh yeah.
race, full, new, normal.
Race.
Coup. I never care what name I... Yeah, V8 did have a very small play area, Stephen, but it didn't really matter. So this is a mountain bike racing game, of all things. Not the only one on my list, actually, but it's one I hadn't played until today, so let's have a look at it.
Have a good one in the race.
Yeah, that's probably what they're censoring, Bob. I will maybe allow your comment in a minute. At the moment, I have my hands elsewhere.
Ready? Go.
What's forward? Let's get. No, I don't want to get off the bike. Oh. That's go. Okay. Well, I'm off to a slight disadvantage here based on the fact that I didn't know what go was, but you know. So yeah, a PlayStation game I hadn't played before, and it's a bike game. I wish there were more games on bikes. Unfortunately there aren't. It's probably not the greatest game ever, but I think it's one where if you had this game when you were younger, you'd probably really appreciate it, but it doesn't feel like it's aged especially well. Yeah, No Fear Downhill Mountain Bike is one I really liked, Sanchez. It's the other one on my list, actually. It's one of those Codemasters games that everybody seemed to dislike at the time, but I kind of liked it. Oh, that's not even the cut. I don't like invisible walls. This is more of a circuit mountain bike racer. Obviously I'm miles behind, but... yeah, No Fear I think is really good. I don't know why it got such bad reviews at the time. I remember it get like 40% in magazines and I'm thinking, I enjoyed this one. Your tiny jumps right in this though and you can't get over the balls. So again, it's a bit of learning the courses. And I think the shortcuts in this require you to go off the bike. I've messed up. So like here, there is a shortcut that I looked at earlier. I go this way, but then there's these tree branches. And you seem to have to get off the bike using that button. And run over it. Then get back on the bike, or just keep running, I don't know. You're slower when you're running, obviously. You can only run over those, then get back on the bike. So I guess if you time that correctly, you've got an advantage. If you don't, you're like me, you end up even further behind the pace. Somebody did mix concrete into the puddles, Mo. That is true. Don't flash up that the name of that terrible Namco game on the screen. I don't even remind me of refine all that. I did better at this earlier. I actually sort of was with the pack when I played this earlier. But I think this is an interesting game. This is one I think I'm going to have to come back to because I think it's got potential as a more serious game. You can't play arcadey style. You have to be more strategic. Very odd soundtrack. I don't know if this was released outside of Japan. I've only got the Japanese version on here. But on the links, yeah, I was thinking some links games. I couldn't think of any specific racing games on the links. I'd like to cover some more links because it's an interesting little platform. Yeah,
You've done a really good job.
that's the most unenthusiastic commentator I've ever heard. I think they're milk bottles, maybe, Bob. I'm not sure. Did it have analog support? I don't know, Chris. The default in MAME is not an analog controller, so I don't know. I get a replay of me not knowing how to use the controls at first, of course. The microphone is low. The microphone is hitting the red mark on my on OBS, so I don't want to turn up too much, Sanchez. Anyway. Yeah, okay. Since we're on the PlayStation, and I had it on my list, I will have a look at that game too. Yeah, I do try to turn down the game audio if it's a bit too loud. It's probably a combination of accent and everything else, but if I turn it any louder on the microphone, it's going to clip. Yeah, this is another Codemasters game. No Fear downhill mountain game. Mountain biking. Mountain racing. And this is one I enjoyed when I had it back in the day. Stun Runner is on my potential list for arcade games, so I guess it does count. Well, I can Marlon, Jennifer, Daniel, Donna. Let's be Donna. Let's be PPP. Go with the Telegraph Hill. Yeah, I did enjoy this one, Sanchez. Again, it got bad reviews, but I think this is a pretty good game. It's just maybe not what people expected. And let's jump. Also, yeah, I don't remember much about it in terms of how you play it, so you know, excuse me if I do this very wrong. But yeah, this is again, it's got quite a more serious tone to it, maybe, which people didn't quite get. It's not arcadey enough. Also, there's no big soundtrack while you're playing it. I think at this time, maybe people wanted a big soundtrack. I'm running out of energy. I'm pedaling too much. Again, you've got to conserve energy more so than pedal all the time. It's well presented. It's like Colin McRae, but with bikes, pedal bikes, which makes sense being Codemasters. Don't do that. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have analog setup, Sanchez, which is probably why back in the day, obviously, I had a proper DualShock. These days, MAME's default controller is the regular one, not the DualShock. And setting up the DualShock is a little bit tricky. Doesn't always work properly. So if I spent more time configuring it, and like you say, the rain, the tougher courses, I'd probably, you know, be enjoying it a bit more again. But yeah, this is one I played a fair bit back in the day. Because I bought it. I mean, I used to buy... If Codemasters made something, I used to want to buy it. And this was no exception. And I wasn't disappointed by it. I don't know why a lot of people really didn't like it. Obviously, it's kind of plain on the presentation. Going the wrong way isn't a good idea. Where am I going? But it is a downhill racing game. But yeah, you really do need the analog, like you say. And don't go in the water. It's just not got that thrill level, maybe, of a traditional racing game. Maybe that was the issue people had with it. CMR2Z? Z? I don't know which game you're talking about, unfortunately. I might put that on another stream, though, if you tell me which one it is. Yeah, cases like this you do need the analog turning, because otherwise you crash into walls. Oh, Colin McRae, sorry. I don't know how well Colin McRae runs. I might do it on a future stream. I was trying to go for slightly more obscure games when it comes to PlayStation, because there are a lot of popular PlayStation racing games, but a lot of the streams I do are more looking at games that maybe weren't so popular, and I thought this one fell more into that bracket, which is kind of why I looked at it. Yeah, that's the problem, Costado. I mean, the controller bindings are saved per system, and for some games you still want to be using the older controllers. I don't know. But yeah, No Fear Downhill Mountain Biking is a pretty good one, actually. That wasn't the best demonstration of it, but it's one worth trying. Okay, we're on almost 4 hours. I should switch to an arcade game now, but I'm not going to. I'm going to go for an MSX game. And this is the VG8000 MXX1 machine from Philips. But the game is from Sony. And it's Coaster Race. But yeah, I might do Colin McRae the second part, Casper, because I do really like Colin McRae. See, this is one of the classic old MSX1 games. Kind of power drifty in the roller coaster track sense. But it's not a bad little game, this one. Let's go back to high game. Alright, Costado, sleep well, and yeah, I'll probably ending the stream here soon too, because it's quite late. So this might be the last game I play, and anything I didn't get around to will have to go for a part 2 or just general streams, because there are a lot of them. But I do like these racing games with roller coaster tracks, so naturally a game that is entirely about roller coaster tracks is going to appeal to me. Bit of a tunnel. And sorry if people have suggested things that I've not got around to yet, but there's a lot to cover. Like I say, my own list is probably got enough for another 3 or 4 streams, and I'm probably not going to get to cover them all, but there are always suggestions for future streams. Those clouds are upside down. This must be a loop, and indeed it is. There you go, upside down trees. So, you know, it is a coaster. It has loops. And it has crashes too. Most roller coasters do not crash. Oh. Even my monitor wants to go to bed. So please let me see what's going on. let's say good night, Costello. Yeah, Casper, I'll probably look at that one in a future stream because, yeah, I mean, they're the precursors to the Dirt games, and they were really good games. But I do enjoy covering obscure things, or things at least that your usual MAME crowd might not have heard of. I mean, I don't think anybody who knows MAME for the arcade games is going to have spent time playing this game, for example. Coaster Race for the MSX1. But I played it a few days ago and thought, this is pretty good. I enjoy this. I wish there was an arcade game more like this, when all we've really got is Power Drift. Carmageddon? I don't get the Carmageddon vibes. Carmageddon's more just running everybody and everything over and creating havoc and destroying things. I get a little bit of Stunt Car Racer because Stunt Car Racer's got the roller coaster track, so anyway, let's keep going. It seems like a simple circuit here. I like the animation on the car. And the screen updates quite quickly as well, considering that the road is changing a lot. It's tile based, but you expect that from one of these 8-bit games. And animates in tiles, moves in tiles. But it's fun. I mean, I would have liked a version of the say on the Mega Drive or something like that, where the hardware would have done it more justice. Unfortunately, no, Bob. Ver does not cover the soft lists. I'm very much on my own for looking through them and discovering games. So yeah. In fact, this won't be the last game, even though we're over 4 hours, because I want to throw in at the end of the stream. I'll come back to that game another time because I really like it. I want to throw in at the end of the stream one of the more obscure titles. And that is, if I can find it. If I can find it at all, I can't find it right now. 1 second, let me have a look in the folder. I appear to have misplaced the final game that I was going to play. It was for... What was it for? This is where I get quite confused because I thought I'd noted all these games I wanted to play down and made a special note of this one because it was obscure. But apparently didn't. Oh dear. Okay, we're probably not going to do that one because I cannot remember what it was. So let's skip the obscure one because for some reason I have not noted it down. And where shall we finish? We'll go back to arcade because that technically is where we should be going, and play the other Sega System 24 game. Musadisc, now everything MOME. Yeah, I wanted to play a Hungarian game because there's an F1 game on the Hungarian system, and I thought I'd note it down, but I hadn't. So I'm going to have to re-research that one later. These things happen. But this is another Sega System 24 game, and this is another racing game. This is Rough Racer from 1990. I bring you this hot game, Rough Racer. Now, this is obviously a Super Sprint clone. Buy your parts. Let's get some tyres and some shield and some nitro. And I have no money left. So this is the last game of the stream. Bang Bang News. I think this only got a release in Japan. Well, if it got released elsewhere, we've not seen any other releases or any other dumps. So, assume this is a Japanese-only Super Sprint clone. This is telling me how to play. Again, it uses that high resolution, which actually doesn't look too special here because Super Sprint itself was a sort of high resolution game anyway. Oh yeah, unfortunately, yeah. Unfortunately, the controls conflict, don't they? As happens in MAME. Or do they? I don't know. Actually, I'm getting confused. I don't know. So I was having control issues. So the shortcuts you have to break through. So you have to hit them a few times. Then coins drop out. But it's clearly influenced by Super Sprint, Championship Sprint, and all those games. It's got a slight twist to the perspective. But again, for a Sega game, this one is very obscure. You like how they loom. But I'm doing really badly at this one. I could buy more parts, but it needs that Fantasy Zone music. It doesn't have it. So this is actually using more traditional controls. This is a joystick and buttons, not analog. When I thought it was analog. You've got your turbos. And you can knock the cars out by turboing at them. You like the look, not the loom. I was thinking they loom over you. Didn't know about this one, Chris. Yeah, it seems to be one of the System 24 games that just get overlooked. It's maybe one of the less interesting ones in terms of game design. I mean, it's just a Super Sprint clone, really. Whereas the other System 24 games are generally more creative and interesting, aside from the quiz ones, which are just quiz games. But yeah, in terms of a traditional game for System 24, with the Sega production values, this one is up there. I'm not finishing first place, but never mind. I still get some money for it. I have to continue again. This is going to be the last credit I put in this. Let's some nitros. It's also very super off-road with the purchase of nitros. It's alright, Casper. I liked the word loom better. It made me think, are they looming over other games? Maybe. I don't know. But look makes more sense. And yeah, the System 24 look is a good one. Sega really made good use of the extra pixels they had available for the medium resolution monitors. And like I say, obviously System 24 will be important for the time what's being the ones used by the earlier model 3D games, which were also medium resolution monitors. So I guess in some ways they were practice for the 2D art you see on those. They're well animated too, lots of little things going on, balloons, the people. Looming large. I've got Silver Place. Let's continue on to the next track. Nice little Sega amusements billboard thing there. I think the speech is a little bit louder than the rest of the music. I'm not sure that's correct, but let's not crash. I'm bad at these games. That cannot be denied. Anyway, this is probably where it game overs me. Is it going to ask me to continue? Yes, it is. And I will not be continuing. So, I ranked in 8th. I will be AAA. And I'm not a great driver. I do not belong on the list. So, at 4 hours, 10 minutes into the stream, I'm going to say that is all for tonight. There will probably be a second part of this, assuming I get round to it in May. I still got to do a second part of the shooter one, and then I want to do a miscellaneous games one, and planning all that is going to be tricky, especially with people wanting to do things these days and trying to get back to normal. Sorry, Geometry. Geometry Bro, it will be on catch up. There's 4 hours of stream for you to watch if you want, but thank you for joining. And I hope you've enjoyed what you've seen, and if you've watched the other streams, I hope you enjoyed those too. Yeah, a very short stream this time, a whole 4 hours. Goodbye to everybody, and thank you for joining. Thank you for the chat. Sorry if I missed any messages. Sorry if I forgot to say hi to anybody, but it's always been good, and you've been chatting amongst yourselves a little bit too, which is good to see, because otherwise I'm watching all the messages, not playing the game. And anyway, so yes, obviously thank you, Bob, you're a regular here, Chris, Stephen, and Geometry, who's just joined, Peter, Cow, who I have not mutilated in Cowsnap, which is a good thing, Stephen, Casper, there's a lot of you, Kale, MAME Devs, we've had a bit hap in here earlier, we've got the official MAME channel in here earlier. So thank you to everybody who's been here, and I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope you found things you might not have been aware of, especially outside of the arcade games, because that's kind of the focus of this month. It's not only looking at the arcade games, but looking at some home games. So, and the Ogre too, but thank you. There's plenty for you to timestamp on this one. I apologise, but it's been a bit all over the place. And thank you for the PS1 games. Yeah, I've got more PS1 games on the list. Main PS1 emulation is pretty good, aside from the odd one that like Motor Toon that's just glitched beyond belief, and the ones that don't boot. Aussie Guy 2, thank you for joining, and thank you everybody who's lurking. A lot of lurkers are now saying thank you and goodbye, but thank you to all of you too. I know not everybody's going to join the conversation, but everybody who is here is really appreciated. So I will see you soon. I'll see you all in the next stream. And with that, I'm going to mute the microphone